we're going to put the racing.
Yeah, she wants to be up.
No, what?
She wants to be up.
Okay. So what is that? Yeah, okay, what's close? Right, now put it in 3. Because there, and I'm not getting nothing in it. 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 2, 2. See, I'm picking this one up. Channel 3. I didn't look in the volume about channel 3. 2.
So uzoba up.
Channel 3. Are we good? That's channel 3. Cool. All right. We've got all that set there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, now let's say that other 2 that we're trying to brought down. Make that 4 and 5.
Already packed.
One, two, one, two. One, two, one, two, one, two. Testing, 1, 2, testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2, testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two. One, two, 1, 2.
David, you come. Cameron, can you mute channel 1, please? do a refresh. Because it was, you got it? That way. Sorry, please see that. No, we're using it on top. Okay, here's the Cameron, here's the laptop. Safiso, can you bring two XLRs down, please? Two patch panels, short ones.
Okay, take this one out. Prehistoric. No, I knew it was prehistoric up there.
Yeah, let's ask Cameron. Cameron, can we just podium laptop, please? No, no, forget it. Cameron, are you anything on your live stream? The podium PC? Nothing? Okay, we're going to change the laptop again. Let's see. Neo, can you bring our laptop down? Neo, are you there? Can you bring up channel 6 and 7? 5 and 6. Is it on? Put it on. We're testing a video.
If I was we also had one-on-one sessions to help with the development. I enjoyed that part the most.
Well, I think the vision behind the Young Filmmakers Project is politically vital in that we have to not pay lip service to the emergence of new South African voices. You've got to invest in them, you've got to give them the opportunity, you've got to put them through the grinder, and you've got to nurture, support, and
Cameron, can you sign up from the tech if you got a holding slide? Oh, you got it. Okay, cool. There's nothing on this laptop, right? We're good. 1, 2. Yeah, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. Sound check. 1, 2. Sound 1, 2. Sound 1, 2. Sound 1, 2. Why the monitors off? 1, 2. Yeah, there you are. 1, 2. Sound 1, 2. Sound. Testing sound for live stream. Oh, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. Here's the deepest 1, 2.
Morning. Ah, we can do better than that. Good morning, good morning. We will start with the program this morning. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Upyogazi Wabeni, and I represent the ECDC. I'm responsible for investment promotion. So the film sector is one of the sectors that we focus on. So ndingumajona mna uqengelo mpankomo. So happy to meet you all. Let me start by acknowledging some of the guests that we have here today. I'll start with the Honorable Mayor of the Sarabadman District Municipality, Honorable DeFoss, the CEO of my organization, the ECDC, Mr. Wakava, the acting CEO of the NFVF, Dr. Machaba, and all guests, and I welcome you to the second day of the Film Expo. Yesterday we started the Expo. We opened the Expo officially last night. We had a morning program in Joza in the morning at the Joza Youth Club. It was fantastic. The reviews that we got from the delegates and attendees at the Expo yesterday were quite pleased with the speakers as well as the presentations. Thanks to Mr. Neba Mkolomba, who gave us a narration of his journey to being a filmmaker. It was quite insightful, and I think feedback from the students from you that were with us yesterday was that they would like to get more out of the Expo. But unfortunately, they could not join us today. But I think it's testament to the fact that we need to continue to build on Expo. The second speaker also yesterday, Mr. Luzuko Dilima, also is providing an overview of the industry value chain and his experiences having walked this journey for many years. For your time and your insights yesterday, as well as providing your reflections during this, gentlemen. With that being said, I'm going to try not to be a typical program director and monopolize the stage. We don't have much time. We're running quite a tight ship this morning. So most of the time will be allocated to the speakers. And I would like to perhaps, with that being said, invite to officially provide opening remarks the CEO of the ECDC, Mr. Wakaba, on stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sis Fiogazi. Good morning to you all, and a special greeting to Councillor DeFoss. I had a very warm discussion with him about the challenges that local government faces. I'm glad, Councillor, I'm not in local government. I do sometimes cancel myself by with him about the challenges that whatever we faces. I'm glad, Councillor, I'm not in local government. I do sometimes cancel myself by about the challenges that whatever we faces. I'm glad, Councillor, I'm not in local government. I sometimes cancel myself by about the challenges that whatever we faces. I'm that make the products we consume. They are the engine of creativity. They make it happen. Of course, broadcasters are key because they are the channel through which what the producers produce reach the audience. But I really want to appreciate the production houses that we have worked with over the years. On Friday at the awards dinner, we shall also officially appreciate these production awards as the Eastern Cape province for the role and contribution that they have played. The SA Culture Observatory, the Cortex Hub, and any other partner I may have omitted to mention. I think you are all welcomed to the Eastern Cape Film Expo. I think I have one or two words to say, encourage you. I think one would be that you are an industry of passion. People who are passionate about what they do, keep on being passionate. You cannot produce any product that is worth consuming unless you infuse that passion. And the second word would be authenticity, that it's always refreshing and empowering when you consume something from an authentic hand. The thing with authenticity is that it's like salt over food. Its flavor is always felt. So when you produce a product and you are true to your values, you're true to self, we always taste it, those of us who would be sitting at the other hand consuming your products. And lastly, forums of this nature are meant to empower, are meant to provide us with information on access to skills development, to finance, access to the market. You meant to meet and build relationships here with the broadcasters, with the producers, with actors, with film producers, and use this opportunity to engage. Don't go home as you came. If you have to go home, let it be that there's value you've harvested from this engagement and that you are better for it moving forward. Thank you to you all, and thank you, Program Director. You are welcome, guys.
And thank you very much, CEO. One thing that I perhaps noticed when I joined about a few months ago, which is about 3 months, was the passion that the organization, which is ECDC, has for the sector. And I think the CEO was also touched on it this morning, how serious we are as government and the different partners that we have to make sure we provide support and we see sustainable growth within the sector. With that being said, in our partners, the Sarah Bateman District Municipality was mentioned, and the support that has been provided by the Honorable Executive Mayor over the last years is truly appreciated. He's here again this morning, and I would like to invite him to the podium to give us the welcoming remarks. Over to you, Honorable Executive Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I can remember last year when I was here, I said it looks like we are getting cold or it is the same environment. And I was referring to where I was the day before, which I could not be yesterday because of the by-elections in the Nelson Mandela Bay. But I see it's the same. It looks like this audience, they are very quiet and disciplined. But last year I can recall it was the same. Let me first apologize. I really wanted to be here yesterday, but because of other duties, I could not make it to be part of the program director. Honored guests, delegates from the film industry, partners, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, protocols which have already been set here, are the very important people in this industry present. Let me say good morning and a very warm welcome. This morning, you used to, it's very cold in Makana. But when I saw the sun this morning, I thought, no, I can wear my shirt only. Because I wouldn't want to come with a jacket. But I can see the sun is here. It's still cold, but let me welcome you warmly. It is a privilege again to stand before you today at the Eastern Cape Film Expo 2025, hosted here at the Monument, a venue that at this very moment is also alive with the creativity and energy of the National Arts Festival. To all our visitors and delegates, welcome to the Sarah Baartman District Municipality, a region rich in history, culture, and breathtaking landscapes. We are proud that our district has been the location for several films over the last few years, showcasing not only our scenic beauty but also the incredible talent and the potential that exists within our communities. Film is a powerful medium. It tells our stories, preserves our heritage, creates jobs, and drives economic growth. As the Sarah Baartman District Municipality, we are deeply committed to promoting the creative industries as a crucial pillar of our tourism and economic development strategy. For the 2025-26 financial year, we have set aside 7.5 million rand for tourism marketing, promotion and development, which includes significant support for our creative industries. This investment speaks to our belief that the Eastern Cape can and will emerge as a thriving hub for filmmaking and creative excellence. I wish you all a productive and inspiring Expo. May the conversations and connections made here open new doors for market access and take the Eastern Cape film industry to even greater heights. Together, let us ensure that our province booms as a film hub, creating opportunities for all. Let me thank you and enjoy the program, the rest of the program further. Just as something which might become, it's now, this one is a personal story. But that is maybe what made me come here. I was a student at the University of the Western Cape in the years in the 80s, late 80s. Because I wanted to join everything that have to do with politics, freedom and struggle, I found me going to Ethlon. And there was the place where the corner there, and they were saying they were wanting writers and poets and so on. I thought, am I at the right place? And we were given tasks to go and write some stuff and so on. I didn't go many afterwards there. But then we established at the university what we called alternative theatre, the creative arts drama. I never thought that I can play drama or something. But that urge of wanting to mobilize people, we developed a drama for us. We call it the Kit Constable. And we call it episodes of the 80s. And now I was now canvassed to participate. So we developed this Kit Constable drama, and it was mainly Afrikaans and English, Democrat. And we took a tour. We convinced Jake Server. We call it taking UWC to the people. We got a combi of the university. disconnected a kilometer, the speedometer, because we were taught only to use 1,000 Ks. But the 1,000 Ks we dealt with it right there in Cape Town before we left. And this thing we practice as we travel in the combi. And we put in and add some stuff and so on. And I was fine to be the first one who must go on the stage. I have never been on the stage. And our first stop was Oudtshoorn. And I had to be, and we were in the theater in Oudtshoorn. I thought, my God, this thing we have just developed here as a way to get out. And when we get into, it was like this. I went and I came back to the team and I said, I'm not going in here. The place is full. It's full to capacity. I said, we are not real actors. I'm not a real actor. What are we going to do? I'm telling you, when we got off that stage, there were a lot of people standing in front wanting signatures. And we sign and sign. But what happened? The power of that drama we developed, even as we were traveling, started in Oudtshoorn. Every town we left, it was burning. Every place we left, the people were mobilized. And then the police followed us as we go to Nice now and Platte and those areas. We didn't care at that time, we were young, very young and radical, we didn't care. We openly wrote on that Kombi, ANC, Viva, and all that stuff. We didn't hide it. But we had this law, NADEL, Lawyers for Human Rights, cards. So when the police pull us off, every time they pull us off, we just show them this NADEL cards and they say, oh, you WC. No, leave them, we don't want to do this. But what I've tried to convey, what that experience told me, is the power of this industry and how it can mobilize communities and people and everyone behind a cause. I will never forget when we arrived in Neisner. We were acting in a church because we didn't get to the school. The teacher of the school said, when we talk now, when we sing, because he said, really Africa, and so on, she said, yeah, you must leave us. We are living from the sea to the mouth. We don't want any politics. We are not politics. And we grabbed two youngsters there at the school. We say, you must bring all these school kids to their drama tonight in the church. And we brought them. We ended the evening late, but we were not even 2 kilometers out of the place, and those youngsters burnt tires there in front of the church. So this is a very industry. Sometimes I still think, can I develop something to convince people to pay for services, perform it on the stage? Let them see why the reason to pay for services. But it's a good way to communicate with people, and I do think there's a lot of possibilities for our youth within this creative industry. I was embarrassed when I was at this university right here. After that, I talked to MEC Mvoko. I said, hey, I'm concerned. I was in a debate before the elections last year. And some youngsters stood up there. When I was wanting to motivate my response by telling the story of us not having bursaries and this thing, and then they stood up there. No, we don't want to hear about the past. You must respond to this thing now. And I wasn't very impressed that young people at the tertiary level say they don't want to hear about the past. But I thought to myself, maybe we should communicate the past in another format. Not in a format like this where we want to preach it was like that and that and that. Maybe portray it in another way, through this film or drama or something. So I raised it with Mr. Mvoko. I say, I'm concerned about the youth. They don't want to hear about the past. Maybe we should find another way to communicate the past in a manner which they are interested in. And I think this is, the film industry is a good platform to portray the past. Sorry for taking your time, but I just thought to let me share that personal experience and passion that brought this bringing me here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. The beauty of being young and naive is that you can do a lot of things and get away with them. But I think the passion is something that, as we grow and become adults, we show that we are on par with the other provinces in the country has been felt and seen over the last few years. And so, Dr. Machaba, the podium is yours. Can we give a round of applause?
Molweni, goeiemorgen, and good morning, honorable guests. Let me pass special greetings to the Executive Mayor, Honorable Dion De Vos, and the CEO of ECDC, Mr. Wakaba. My name is Riransu Machaba, and I'm the acting CEO of the National Film and Video Foundation, which is an agency of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. And I have been seconded by the Honorable Minister to hold the fort temporarily, excuse me, while the NFVF is in the process of appointing a permanent CEO. Let me take this opportunity to pass the NFVF's sincere condolences to the families, friends, and loved ones of the Mthatha flood victims, especially those who may be from our industry. Our hearts go out to each one affected by this tragedy. The NFVF congratulates the Eastern Cape Development Corporation's board directors and the entire team behind the Eastern Cape Film Expo. Having partnered with the Expo since its establishment in 2022, we are proud to have played a part in its growth and stability as a much-deserving platform in the underserviced province of the Eastern Cape. Your work through the panel discussion sessions, masterclasses, industry engagement opportunities, and screenings of films supported through the Eastern Cape Film Investment Fund has benefited many and continues to bring a positive spotlight to this scenic province. As we take stock as the NFVF of the 3-year partnership with Eastern Cape Film Expo, we acknowledge that while much has been achieved for the film and the TV industry in the province, much still needs to be done. The NFVF remains committed to continuing its mission of providing funding for the development, production, marketing, and distribution of films, and the training and development of filmmakers. We pledge to continue being transparent and ethical in all our processes, of course, as our policy demands. Despite the recent developments that I think are in the public domain, the resolve of our staff with the support of the council and the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture is stronger now more than ever. The CEO of ECDC emphasized the importance of skills development. And still on that note, we have a few open calls published, but I would like to draw your attention towards the ones that are now open, which are the open call for our bursaries. The open call has been running since the 2nd of July. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you. The 2nd of June 2025 and closes on the 31st of July at 5 p.m., where we are encouraging young, promising practitioners from the Eastern Cape who wish to empower themselves through the power of education to apply for fields of study related to film. All details of the open call are in our website and all social media platforms of the NFVF, your X, Facebook, Instagram, including the LinkedIn account of the NFVF. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to congratulate once again the board, the directors, and the entire ECDC, the Eastern Cape Film Expo team, and thank you for a very fruitful partnership. Thank you very much. Inkosi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Machaba, for that. Now we move to a different segment in the program, which is, I think, much more exciting to actually hear from the actual filmmakers as well as producers. We work with quite a number of them, emerging as well as established in the province. But I think we are particularly proud when we see the development and growth over the years of some of them doing quite good work. And as you are aware that the ECDC has a film fund, so we've been supporting quite a few, and we would like to invite many others to also do the same, because Mr. Sisanda has been very supportive in terms of providing guidance to us in terms of how we can shape it, the film fund properly, and ensure that it responds to the needs of the industry. And he's done quite a lot of work within the province, and he still remains committed and passionate about doing more, not just in filmmaking, but on the skills development front. So he is a powerhouse in the global film industry, an award-winning actor, director, and producer whose talent transcends borders. With a magnetic screen presence and a dedication to authentic storytelling, he has captivated audiences worldwide in productions like the global hit Trackers, the action-packed Rogue, alongside Megan Fox, the critically acclaimed Mnet series Devil's Peak. He is a true visionary. Mr. Yena is also the founder of the Sisanda Yena Films, a boutique production company committed to creating world-class Afrocentric content for the global audience. From his early award status as a celebrated international star, please welcome to the podium Mr. Sisanda Yena, and can we give him a warm round of applause?
Molweni. Mrs. CEO, I've got a bit of a mkhuhlane today. my wife was trying to warn me and said it's going to be very, very cold down there. So, but ironically, Honorable Mayor, it's actually a little bit warmer here than Joburg. So, yeah, we thank you for the warmth, Councillor, uh, CEO of the NVF. Okay, just to, before production, once we start, we don't want to stop. So I just want to check with my team if the videos are ready on your side. Are they here? Okay, so, how are we going to do this? Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll be able to play. I just want to see. So let me and him just speak so that my presentation can come up. How do we do it? So you know what? Presentation first, and then we can go to videos as well. Yes. Thank you. Play the full videos. I'll tell you each time. Okay, so a tech team will play the videos from up there. I'll do the presentation down here.
Where's your window key? Is this a Mac?
This is the Mac. Oh, okay, so what I want to do is, I just want to see if I can see the placeholder of that. Should I press play?
Start the selection.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's the only thing.
Okay. My name is Sisanda Hena. It's such a pleasure to be here. I might as well do say, I was going to do the protocol actually later, but let's take time to do that. I'm seeing my industry colleagues here. Thank you, Mr. CEO. ECPEC, maybe one of the unsung heroes sometimes. Because, filmmakers, they can post and be very vocal. And sometimes we see criticism on Facebook or X. And CEO wanted to say even about NFVF, that today I'm going to share some, what do you call it, success stories in a way. It doesn't mean the agencies are perfect or the industry is perfect, but we should celebrate growth. That's very important. IDC partners, you guys have been running, and we wouldn't be standing here with drama series that are going to play on national broadcast, play in festivals around the world. Had there be, Mayor, not a radical group of leaders who stand on transformation, black economic empowerment. My early days, I was trained in Cape Town. And Mr. Zongi, when they talk about the numbers of how much investment comes to Cape Town, how many jobs are created in the film industry? Cape Town, Mr. Manyata, that the bulk of that industry today is not as transformed as the other provinces. So, whether you say, the DTIC's budget has been on 900 million or, on 2.3 billion rand, some of it, the companies had not been benefiting the masses of the country. The point I'm trying to make is, sorry guys, I'm not seeing a presentation yet. Will you just give me a thumbs up when you're ready? We can try that, yeah. Ooh, you know what, I've got a few here.
Yes, we get it through because it's not picking up.
Is it not picking up?
It's not picking up. Because it picks up from this side. So I can
There we go.
This is your.
Stay. Don't go far. Don't go far. Okay. Uh, very good. I don't need this one. Yeah, have you got the first video ready? Are you ready with the first video up there? We're just asking, don't play yet. Just give me a thumbs up. Good. Okay. So before we jump into the details, and we were here last year, and we spoke about the Youth Filmmaker Project alongside with the Filmmaker Female Project. I'd just like to play 4 minutes of that video. The first video, video 1. Okay. We just need sound. So the Youth Filmmaker Project is an exciting initiative by the NFVF and supported by SABC and KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission, which looks for the brightest film writing and directing talent in the country to give them an opportunity to be an incubator and ultimately produce their first professional short film that becomes a calling card for them in the industry.
So I was born in Eldorado Park. I was born on in the Eastern Cape as Expo. Tembisa, a small mining town called Atok. I am from Deep Blue Soweto. I'm from Deep Slit.
I grew up in Q.
I was born in the Eastern Cape. I grew up in a village called Ndweni.
I'm born in Geneva, Switzerland, based in South Africa.
I'm from Kangua, Bogaranga, representing Kangua.
So the Youth Filmmaker Project did a public call out and nationally on radios, television, newspapers to ask previously disadvantaged people of color to apply for this program.
I first saw the post in the NFA website, and then a few days later, one of my associates, that I work with, they sent me the link, and then that's when I applied.
I saw the post. I think a friend of mine had sent it in the writers group, and I remember saying, "Little Africa." I read the brief and I was like, "Man, that's you. That's
I wasn't feeling too confident as a writer, and I almost didn't apply until I saw that little bit that I could apply as a director only. So I'm like, okay, that's the one area I feel somewhat confident in.
I'm looking back, it's crazy because I was just in very small room, on my dirty computer, this thing where I am today. But then, I did apply, and then we went for the interviews.
Ooh, when I got the call from today, I was like over the moon. This is finally happening. I don't have to no, I had somebody who would I had hope that I would make it here.
I got to be shortlisted, and I was part of the people who were called in for interviews. And I always say, for me at least, don't make the mistake of getting me in the room. When I came to the interview, I prepared everything. But then when I got the room was just full of all these people, and they all looked so serious and just big.
I think we waited for a week, something like that, and then I got another email that I was actually part of the 17 people that were shortlisted for this program.
We began with the development phase where we did workshops with the mentors. We also had one-on-one sessions to help with that development. I enjoyed that part the most.
Well, I think the vision behind the Young Filmmakers Project is politically vital in that we have to not pay lip service to the emergence of new South African voices. You've got to invest in them. You've got to give them the opportunity. You've got to put them through the grinder, and you've got to nurture, support, and make sure that young voices are given the opportunity to excel, to find their voices, and then to have the opportunity to have those voices represented on, hopefully, PBS, Public Service Broadcast.
There's so much that we underestimate about films, and having industry practitioners who have experience, who come and train you in terms of how to structure a story, make it more reflective and more relatable to life. I think those were key things, because those things took me back into journaling and reflecting more back on myself as a filmmaker.
Being part of the workshops and developing the script was really an eye-opening experience, in the sense that you start to see the truth of exactly what you need to do versus what you had in your head. So you always have the story in your head that, like, yeah, this movie's going to be like this, and it's going to have this element, and it seems cool up until, like, they start poking at it and you realize that it's kind of empty.
So far in the program, it has been an eye-opener. It has been an eye-opener because I had the privilege of being taught by industry professionals. I was equipped with the knowledge, with the insight of surviving in the industry.
Well, the National Film Media Foundation is an agency of the Department of Arts and Culture that was established to enable the film industry to prosper and grow. As we celebrate our democracy, we also, as much as we want to look back, I think it's very important that we look to the future, right? That what kind of stories are we going to be making in the next couple of years, and what are the tools that we are giving young people in order for them to become self-sustainable.
So the kind of jobs I did on set, on the job training, I was part of the Showmax film in Kize to Masimula, and there I worked in art department. So anytime someone still yells art, I get triggered, even when I'm talented, because I know everything needs to happen quick and now.
And other internship that I did was also another film, but I was doing script supervising, which is something that I also find interesting.
Presentation. Good. Thank you. Mr. Klaus. Sorry guys, with the flu and the technicalities, but I want to greet all the filmmakers and even the young people here, the industry as a whole, all of the agencies, the organized industry agencies. Mr. CEO, thank you. And thank you for doing the Expo again. A quick story to tell. Last year when we were here, Kobe, this is when we met Media Film Services. And we were still short about 850K before we could start filming Mr. Zonke. Film Media Services donated gear rental to the value of 850,000 in that production. So it's been full circle, as they say, because we've now shot the drama series that they all prepared all year to do, and it's now ready to go to the market. And it's due to be on SABC either in quarter 3 or quarter 4. Can we play video number 2, please? This is the trailer.
Eternity.
over for you, my dear.
Not to share, Bikobi. Little Africa is an anthology series, 10 episodes by 10 debut writer-directors. So, to Little Africa, let's stand by with the next video, guys. It features one of the great episodes, which comes from, you might have seen Utozama in the earlier video, what's his Expo. She wrote and directed this clip. Please play that 1-minute trailer for Inviacom. Video, the next video, please.
There are mysteries that lie beyond the reach of the senses. Dark places. Life-giving and benevolent where powers all
Screened at the Joburg Film Festival earlier this year. One of the episodes is called Belinda. It won Best Short Film at the Hollywood American Connection Cinema Film Festival. And just last month, they took us to Russia in a VF. 2 of the films were selected to screen at the Eurasia Film Festival. Come and assist me. Where's my guy who's assisting me here? No, not the next video. We're just opening this PDF. Yeah, this one. Can you please play this one for me? Just this.
Is it a video?
No, it's a PDF. Yes, just a few of those pages we're gonna play. Yeah, let's start from the top. Are we on? Switch. So, Little Africa has been just confirmed to be the premier opening night premiere at Fame Week Africa in September. Yeah, that's what Shailen like. So we literally opened this email in the morning to say on the first night of MIP Africa. I'm sure ECPEC, you guys have been there. IDC, I think you've been there as well. It's one of the big markets for television and film, Mr. Zonke, that takes place in Cape Town. It's part of MIPCOM, which is in France. So they said that Little Africa must come and exhibit there. A red card premiere on the first night, playing the 3 episodes, and then they'll play all 10 of the films in the Fame Shorts Film Festival. Thank you. Let's switch to the other one. Don't go far, you must be here. Where's my... I need to switch back to that one. Where is he? This one. Yes, good. Let's play it. Play it for me. Just to play slides. Play from current slide. When you come from when you can't see. Yeah. Yeah, so, oh yes, good, thank you. So, Mr. Zonke, as we just reflect back on what Little Africa has been able to do, it's time to also even with the market access fund from ECTC, that support to take this product to the festival. Let me give you some of the projections that they've given to us now. So, as they say at Fame Week, with the kind of buyers that will be there, Mr. Zonge, they're estimating sales between 12 million to 30 million with a successful market launch at Fame Week Africa, as they attract buyers from Germany, Great Britain, all across the continent, including the Zambias, Mozambique, Botswana. They're even having Atlanta as a special guest and partner of Fame Week Africa. So ijob yethu ngoku asaphithi idea babamahali. Siyothengisa ngoku. Yeah. Siyothengisa ngoku so that Dr. Machaba, the people that need to recoup imali ababe investile, we can recoup. Baphelele so that as apply nje siyakwazi ukuthi onani sinikile hayi ke sithengisile ke nansi eyenu sisike sithi siyabulela. But also I think they talk about how to create businesses that become sustainable. Is that as much as Honorable Mayor we can create with passion, it's a business. And can you sell what you make in the marketplace? And as Ngani Kobe, do you think some of this might sell? And so with that, we thank the partners and we're so grateful because really, if you know, when you look even at this kind of slide, you are seeing, wait, where am I? When you see all of those logos there, it's because so many entities really did take part to make it happen. And I'm really grateful that, you know, it takes a team, even when you look at all the credits there. But I'm excited now, Mr. Zonga, to do actual business and go into market. And we've also been invited to CANEX, which is part of Afri-Exim Bank's Inter-Africa Trade Fair marketplace, which is happening in Algeria, also towards the end of the year, to go and exhibit there and to sell. So, Magwenzo Nimali filmmakers. Halala. So, as I wrap up, our proposition to the ECTC, to SAPC, to ECPAC, and to all the other partners, the municipalities, is that it's time that we give this Youth Filmmaker project to the Eastern Cape. We take the youth, they make their films, 17 are incubated, the top 10 shoot the films, but this one, SAPC, Chile, you are there, thank you, is ring-fenced for the Eastern Cape. We understand national projects, but until you zero in on the Eastern Cape and make it Eastern Cape's Youth Filmmaker project. The thing that also helped them, Joy, is that they had this on-the-job training that they did where they intern on other projects to get ready for their own project. So that what they make doesn't look like a first-timer, but it looks like a professional. It costs money to get the best lenses, to get the best actors, to pay for those locations. And so that's why Mr. Zongwe said, it must be a business model. Although there's a training aspect to it, it's a business so that once it goes onto SAPC, even with the model now, IDC, we can't without you, you know, because SAPC said you're going to own the rights, we will do a license, and then you can sell it in many places. You could go to Mr. Matlawa in multi-choice, you can go to eVod, and each year you are reselling, or after 2 years when the license is done, you resell it again and again and again. So to the partners, I'm saying, as Sunday Films, we're saying it's time for us to do the Youth Filmmaker Project, the Eastern Cape Youth Filmmaker Project. Yeah, thank you so much. I wonder if I left anything, if there are any questions. I don't want to take too much of your time, but I just want to make sure I've shared everything that needed to be shared and people are answered. Program Director.
Thank you, Nkosi, Sisanda, for that captivating, I think, presentation. Can we clap for him again, ladies and gentlemen? I think we'll have a segment just before lunch for questions and reflections on the presentations, because I think time is not on our side, and I would like to perhaps move and call the next speaker to the podium, Mr. Simon Makwela. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. We met with Mr. Makwela a month or so ago, and when we had a meeting with him, I think we were quite captivated and impressed about his insights into what needs to be happening to make sure, as you say, Mr. Ena, that we create business in film. Too often, film is synonymous with passion, which is fantastic, but we also need to start looking at how we can make money. So Mr. Makwela is a pioneering South African media executive and tech innovator with over 2 decades of industry experience. His career began as an award-winning photographer, earning a Silver Laureate Award in 2005, and has since garnered multiple SAFTA nominations for film and television work, including the film Meet the Khatebes. As the inaugural head of the post-production at Moja Love TV, Simon was part of the team that led the channel's growth from 150,000 to 3.2 million viewers in just 15 months. His portfolio includes work for major broadcasters like the SABC, Mnet, and Honey TV, as well as commercial content for Al Jazeera, the USAID, and various national organizations in South Africa. He's a committed educator. Simon conducts workshops for organizations including the Gauteng Film Commission and the Publications Board. He speaks at international platforms like the French South African Tech Labs and Enrich in Africa, mentoring entrepreneurs and emerging professionals in storytelling and media relations. As director of Maureen Grace Investments, Simon oversees a diverse portfolio spanning media, entertainment, hospitality, and tech. He also serves as a non-executive director at EdgePoint Software. He holds a BSc in computer science from Midrand Graduate Institute and is pursuing his MBA at the Gordon Institute of Business Science. He's fluent in English and Setswana. He brings a multicultural perspective to his work, embodying the intersection of creative excellence and business acumen in the South African media and technology landscape. Over to you, Mr. Makwela. Oh.
Can I just take not the flash, the HDMI? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Apologies, it's always so hard to speak after Mr. Sisanda Hena. He makes presenting seem so easy, but when you're up here, it's quite nerve-wracking. Something again. Just give me the flash drive. I'll put the flash drive. thing go to YouTube? Not. Yeah, I was played with YouTube. If you can pick up. Let me take the HTML. It works. It's very slow. Okay. Let's go to Pinnacle Daylight. And we got audio as well. We're playing a video. Before we start, I just want to say, and before I do any introductions as well, it's such an honor to, like I said, it's difficult to speak after Butsisan, because one of the young ladies that was in his video that was part of that youth filmmakers, Kule Maisa, she ended up being a production manager on a commercial that we shot for the NRCS. I don't know what year that was, but this happened in 2021. She was our production manager. So I think that for me, standing up here and sitting in the audience and watching that video, it's almost like a 360 moment of mentorship, where a young person starts in the industry as an entrant, but then becomes an amazing filmmaker like Kule Maisa, who is there. And it's possible for each and every one of the individuals in this room. So with that, let me do my greetings, which is to the Honorable Mayor and CEO, to the officials, distinguished colleagues, fellow storytellers, industry leaders, and creative pioneers, all protocols observed. I would like to start with the show and tell, simply because I want to prove a point. And sometimes to prove a point, they call it a proof of concept in our industry, where you have to show someone what is possible and what you can invest in, by not only giving them the idea in words, but giving them a practical example of what they can achieve by investing into an ecosystem. While we're waiting for the technical challenges to resolve themselves once again, I'll start with my speech in the meantime. So I'm Simon Lapa-Makwela Kalibitso, ke Motswana. I'm based in Gauteng, but I was born in the Northwest, which is where the context of being a South African really comes from. We move around. And each and every one of us, although we want to tell our stories authentically, we want to tell a story of a collective. That is how an economy survives, by being a collective. An economy is not made by individuals, it's made by populations. And collective harmony is what we strive to achieve in this industry. So I'm a filmmaker, as has been mentioned. So after nominated director, editor, and a producer who's been creating content since 2006. My first documentary aired on SABC 2 back in 2006. It was called Paying Lobola for My Father.
which wasn't my father, by the way, but the filmmaker at the time, a man by the name of Mandla, his mother never received the honorable duties of his father, and it caused spiritual imbalances in his life. So he had to go on a journey to go and find his father so he can pay lobola for him. So the documentary itself did fairly well. But more than anything, 22 years ago, I held my first camera as a young photographer with dreams bigger than my bank account. Shooting events around Johannesburg and convinced that I understood the power of the visual narrative and thought I knew what transformation looked like. I was very, very wrong. Real transformation doesn't happen with a single frame, a single project, or even a single breakout hit. It happens when you witness an industry reinvent itself. When television channels explode from niche to mainstream, and when post-production workflows evolve from linear tape to tape editing, to cloud-based global delivery, and when authentic African stories suddenly command international audiences and billion-rand investments. So I've been inside that transformation as the SAFTA-nominated director and the head of the post-production team that delivered 24 hours a week of content that connected with millions. As an entrepreneur, has built tech platforms and democratized commerce. As an investment strategist, and now serving on the board of the South African Audiovisual Cluster, and today I want to share what a 22-year front row seat has taught me about the next great transformation and why it's happening right here in the Eastern Cape. In 2003, when I started my journey, South African television lived in a whole different universe. We had only a few channels from SABC, we had Mnet, and we had dreams of international recognition that seemed as distant as Hollywood itself. Content creation required expensive equipment, gatekeeping, control, distribution, and the phrase streaming platform did not exist in any language. I've witnessed this transformation in three fundamental revolutions. The first one being digital democratization, where technology became accessible, and suddenly a filmmaker in a small town, just like Grahamstown, could shoot on equipment that rivaled Johannesburg studios, and post-production moved from exclusive facilities to laptops. The tools of creation were liberated. I'm going to just touch back on something that Dr. Hena said. Very expensive to shoot on film, 16 millimeter, 35 millimeter films. That price came down around 2006 because of the invention of a camera called a red camera. And that red camera created what they called the digital negative. You no longer needed a physical celluloid film. But that also created other challenges, because with a film camera you would hear the running of the reel, and you knew that was like, have you seen those guns? They have the Supreme guns, and they're shooting money. That's what it sounded like, because that was it. Every single inch of film that went through a camera cost money. Now it's become a lot cheaper to do that, but the problem is people just shoot, and they forget that there's money that goes into that. I'll touch on this in another session where I talk about efficiency, but that's another story for another day. So, when the red camera was invented, it brought the cost of production down. We used to spend around 300,000 Rand for a tape deck, just to have those SABC Betacam tapes that you delivered to. And you had to deliver 3 copies of that, if I remember correctly. You had to deliver 3 copies of that tape. Each tape cost you around 90 or 150 rand to about 300 rand a tape, depending if it's a big one or a small one. You had to deliver 3 of those. The machine cost you 300,000 rand to buy. If you wanted to go and do a transfer, it was 900 and something rand a transfer. That price came all the way down to almost a zero cost because of democratization of the equipment. Now you can shoot a series on a little Sony A7S camera or a Blackmagic camera that cost you 32,000 to 40,000 rand, right? But it doesn't change the principles that go into how filmmaking is made, because the process itself is still expensive, but it's now accessible to everybody else. And not only that. The funny story as well is that we used to spend millions on edit suites. An edit suite would be this big complex, cables everywhere, drives everywhere. This is my edit suite, right here in front of me. And anybody can afford that to become a filmmaker nowadays. Doesn't mean everybody should be a filmmaker. But the technology is accessible. So storytelling became a lot more affordable in the last 20 years or so. Secondly, the content explosion. I've been inside that revolution at every level, leading post-production teams, managing 10 to 30 broadcast assets weekly. Let me tell you a story about Moja Love. Moja Love was a crazy, crazy, crazy adventure for me. When Moja Love started, it disrupted the industry in ways that nobody ever imagined. We started telling stories that had never been told in ways they could never be imagined. It violated every single rule in the industry. I remember the day that we got our first letter from the BCCSA because we had offended somebody. And I think it was yesterday, I think it was Neba's session where they spoke about consent forms. So we had someone in one of the shows that their image came through, their face came through and the face showed, and they took a complaint to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission. And instead of us being very, very afraid of saying, oh my God, we've got a complaint from the BCCSA, they could be fined up to 250,000 rand just for showing this person's face, we celebrated. We celebrated because at that moment we realized that we're actually a real television channel. But it was crazy because we were challenging digital disruption. And it was something that the late Albert's, rest her soul, was always fighting us for. Why did you guys choose to put a show like We Are Jola 99 on air? What the hell is Riyadh Hotel? But what Aubrey Dow and his great and creative and innovative mind did was he borrowed concepts that already existed and innovated on them. And the reason why I talk about innovation is that innovation is a key driver of any product that exists in any market. The next version of whatever you do can look or seem like the previous version, only it's better in one way or another. And you can do that with film as well. Touch on that at another time as well. Right, so directing everything from candid camera comedy to heritage documentaries that premiered at international festivals. Watching channels explode from modest audiences to millions of viewers when the content formula clicks. We discovered that authentic, local, relevant storytelling doesn't just compete with international content, it demolishes it in local markets. Candid Camera is one of those things. I directed a series called Laugh Out Loud. I don't know if anyone remembers Laugh Out Loud. So I was the series director for Laugh Out Loud season 4 and season 3 and 4. Yeah, season 3 and 4. This is back in 2010, somewhere around about there. That was the first time I learned how to direct for comedy. And directing for comedy is no joke. So directing for comedy is no joke. It really isn't, because there's a formula to everything. And the reason why I talk about formula, because filmmaking is not just about telling stories, it's about how you tell that story. There's a formula to how you develop content that makes that content relevant to an audience, but also makes that content have a return on investment. Because you have to know what's going to hit an audience by targeting them, by positioning yourself well so you can target them, right? And then you've got to capture that audience and hold them as long as possible, and as many of them as possible. And there's many examples of this. Is this thing working? Oh, okay. You must stop me then and tell me. I'm just rambling on here. Yeah, okay, perfect. Just leave it there. I'll push play when I'm ready. Yeah, pause. Thank you. So, to target an audience, capture the audience. And now one of the buzzwords that we have is bingeable series. I believe this one is the Black Mirror Amazing Wakanda Forever lookalike is going to be a bingeable series. Why? Because people want to watch it and then watch the next one and then watch the next one. After that, your entire Saturday and Sunday is finished because you want to get to the next episode, right? Or you're worried that you're not going to wake up for work the next morning because you watch too many episodes overnight. And it happens all the time. But that's how you capitalize on a good content and marketing strategy that are combined. And lastly, the streaming revolution. Netflix arrived, Showmax emerged, and the entire distribution model imploded and rebuilt itself. Suddenly, a production shot in the Eastern Cape could reach global audiences within hours of completion. But here's what those revolutions really taught us. A geographic advantage is temporary. A content advantage is permanent. Today, South Africa's audiovisual sector stands at what economists call a critical juncture. A moment when multiple forces converge to create unprecedented opportunities alongside an existential risk. Numbers tell an extraordinary story. While MultiChoice alone invests around 7.7 billion annually into local content, that's about 77% of the market's entire 10 billion rand investment. This is just for broadcasters, by the way, not the funding institutions. Be aware. The NFVF develops roughly around 314.9 million, supporting over 150 projects, and the DTIC rebate exceeds 275 million annually. And this gives a rise to amazing opportunities to create content for filmmakers nationally. We're not talking about a sector that invests over 0.2% of South Africa's GDP in storytelling. And that's not just an entertainment budget, that's a cultural infrastructure spending at the scale of national development. But here's the challenge. This investment is dangerously concentrated, and our market concentration index at 6.276, that's well into what competition authorities worldwide would classify as extreme concentration. And for context, that's 62.8% of the way to a complete monopoly. So this happens on two fronts. The first front is that on the funding side, we have challenges, right? I'm not going to talk so much about them because my colleagues are in the room and they'll probably touch on that at a later stage. But we have challenges where we need more outlets. But more outlets require more investment into market demand. We need to create more demand in the market so that we can catch the oversupply. And oversupply, what I mean is that to develop the grassroots filmmaker and to develop the intermediate filmmakers, to create content, where does that content sit if we don't continue to invest and develop platforms locally where that content can reside and that content can be consumed. It's pretty much the same as what ShopRite is doing at the moment in the market by pushing out, I think yesterday I read in the newspaper, 66 new Boxer stores. Why? Because the market exists for those stores, but they're investing in the outlets for their products to exist in the market. That's what we need to do as well, so that we can create outlets for people's content to reside in those outlets. The concentration as well sits in the realms of where the market activities lie. We've got 3 essential hubs at this point: Johannesburg, Cape Town, and a developing market in Durban. Eastern Cape has a massive, massive opportunity to become part of that economy as well. But nationally, we need to start democratizing that as well. But there's a good playing field for Eastern Cape to become that. Which brings us to why you're here, why the Eastern Cape represents the single greatest untapped opportunity in South African film and television production. Let me paint a picture without statistics, but with stories waiting to be told. The Eastern Cape is the Eastern Cape is the only region in the world where you can find Africa's big 7 within a 200-kilometer radius: elephants, lions, rhinos, buffaloes, leopards. So that should be big 5, I'm sorry. In the coastal waters, southern right whales and great white sharks. So I wasn't wrong, there's 2 more. Aldo Elephant National Park alone hosts 500 elephants in a malaria-free zone that is accessible by sedan or car from Gqeberha. And it's not just wildlife, it's a diversity of landscape that creates production value. Pristine wild coast beaches that could double for anywhere from Madagascar to the Maldives. The province extends into the greater Karoo region. Those otherworldly landscapes, so striking that Christopher Glass, who was the production manager on The Dark Tower, described filming in the Karoo as almost being on Mars. And the Eastern Cape offers the same dramatic alien beauty alongside coastal paradises and lush indigenous forests. I want to play this video now.
Harmonizing the tones, look at the stars dancing for me and you. No matter where we go, as long as I'm here with you. inside. I don't need to feel so. L-O-V-E, that's the truth that no one else can see when it's just you and me. That's the only thing we wanna be. L-O-V-E, that's the truth that no one else can see when it's just you and me. That's the only thing we wanna be. I hear the wind playing, harmonizing the tune. Look at the stars dancing, dancing for me and you. No matter where we go, as long as I'm here with you, let's go. We're going far away, far from reality. Told me to sail away across the blue sea. Let's go. No matter where we go, as long as I'm here with you, for you.
My question is, can you guess where that was shot? Huh? Pardon me? Someone said it. That's Kenton on Sea. That's literally what? Less than 10 kilometers away from here, right? How many? I don't know, I'm not from here. So. 50 Ks. Okay. Still in the But it's possible. That could be anywhere in the world. It looks like Miami. It looks like, it could be anywhere in the world. So I produced that music video alongside some colleagues of mine, starring Smash Africa, as you saw, but it's directed by the great Vincent Molloy. And we did that in 2018, right here in Kenton on Sea. So the possibilities are there in terms of locations. Okay, so here's where business meets creativity. According to, okay, let me leave that section out. Okay. So I think I'm taking up too much time at this point. But I think more to speak towards opportunities that lie in the Eastern Cape from an investment perspective, and to look at it as an opportunity, not only for international companies to come and make their productions in South Africa, using local talent and utilizing local crews, and spending international money in the province and in our national economy as well. But to allow for us as filmmakers to also dream about the possibilities of telling global narratives and global stories from the comfort of our own environment and not having to go abroad and taking our skills abroad. We can do it from a local economy perspective. If you take a look at how authentic stories on Netflix from a South African perspective sometimes even outperform international stories as well. Our streaming platform, Showmax, has developed one of the most amazing epic stories of our time, Shaka Ilembe, which has gone internationally. I mean, the other day I was on TikTok, and I saw it has been dubbed into Spanish, it's been dubbed into French, it's been dubbed into other languages. So the idea that I want to convey to you today is don't stop dreaming about what you can do for the world, not just for South African audiences. You've got to think broader, think outside, so that we can attract more investment into the country, so we can tell our stories outside of the country and let people connect with us in a more authentic way and drive revenue back into our own pockets, not only as filmmakers, because there's nothing worse than a filmmaker. Then, at the end of our lives, we're sitting and you kind of wonder, we saw this person on screen, this person's a great director, but they had nothing to really show for it. Let's change that narrative moving forward. Let's think business, let's think investment, let's think money, let's think economy, let's think growth. And let me leave that there. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I'll bring it down.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Makwela, for that presentation. I think that the video you played at the end there was very captivating. Can we please give him another round of applause? I'm proud to be from the Eastern Cape. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to move to the next segment. We're not doing so well in terms of time, which is the panel discussion, which will be facilitated by Ms. Kobe Ledwaba, who was involved in the production of Gqeberha the Empire, representing Chedza Pictures at the time. So if you could maybe join us then in the panel, Ms. Ledwaba, and she will be introducing the panelists herself. If we can maybe get the roving mics from the ushers to come to the front so that we can assist the facilitator. You can sit there. Thank you. So just an announcement, yesterday we picked up a gadget, and Monsieur Oliko, you're sitting at the front, has the gadget. So if you have the password, then we will know it's your gadget, so you can get it from her. Thank you very much. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah.
So I'll take it. They're going to get me a chair now. Hi, everyone. I'm just trying to make a point that I'm taller than you. Wow, I think what a beautiful and impactful morning this has been. I'm so grateful that I was part of the audience just to take in all the insights that have been shared by everybody today. I would like to welcome and thank everybody, all protocols observed, and also just to see I'm facilitating today the panel discussion, and it's called, I will tell you now, it's called Road to Market Access for the Film Industry, an overview of market shifts and untapped potentials. Before we begin, okay, I was introduced. My name is Kobile Dwaba. I'm a writer, producer, and showrunner. But before I begin to call my panelists, I would just like to basically reiterate what's been, I think, shared not just today, but I think just across the Film Expo, not just this year, but also I think having been here last year. I think the most common, I think, messaging that's coming through is there's a lot of like rooms, maybe in silos, where we're discussing film, but mainly they focus on the creative. And that's a very crucial part of filmmaking, but that's not the end of it. Filmmaking is a business, and I think also as filmmakers, it's to our advantage, it's for our benefit to look at it in such a way. And having said that, he shared a lot of stats now, which were very, I think, eye-opening and empowering, I think, because then they show the opportunities that lie, I think, in the industry. South Africa, the South African film and TV industry, I mean, there's like different stats that fly around. Sometimes we'll say about like 7 billion rands in terms of the country's GDP. The major thing I think that we need to be asking ourselves as filmmakers is how does that pie look like? Like who's who in the zoo, so to speak, right? And I think just from the top of my head, you sir, you're very good with the stats. You can always jump and correct me. I think if also I may, if I could also just like label it in such a way to say, if you're looking at this pie, we would have what I would call maybe like Hollywood comes to SA slice. That's what he was alluding to in terms of the Cape Town scene. That's what Sisanda was talking about. And that's as South Africa, we provide like servicing services. It's a service industry where they come in and they use our spaces, maybe local crew, whatever. And I think if I'm not mistaken, that accounts to about 2.5 billion. And then you'll then ask yourself, like, where is the rest of the pie, and who's sharing in the rest of the pie? We will be discussing that. We'll be discussing as filmmakers. This is for you guys. So it doesn't make sense if I'm here and I'm just being academic or whatever, and it's just going over your heads. This session is for you. At the end of the day, you'll also have a chance to ask questions to the panelists. I'm gonna maybe call the panelists to come and join me here. I will start first of all with, we've got Ms. Chiliti Davana, who's from the SABC. She is currently the acting head at the SABC for content and video entertainment. Ma'am, if you don't mind to come through, let's give her a warm applause. We've got Mr. Tebogo Matlawa, who's the head of scripted content and general entertainment at MultiChoice. We've got Mr. Luzuko Dilima, who's a filmmaker and also from New Brighton Entertainment. We've got Ms. Sivuyisile Giba, I know her as a fixer, a producer, and I think soon to be a film festival producer from Sivu Butle Media. So earlier on, I was saying that it is said that our industry accounts for about over 7 billion rands annually. So the question here is, what does that money come from? What does it mean for getting your projects made and seen? How do we as filmmakers get a piece of that pie? And how is the ever-changing landscape affecting our chances of getting that piece of the pie? And do these changes provide any new opportunities? And how are the broadcasters adapting to these changes? Maybe then to just open up the panel. Oh, let me go sit. No, I'm fine here. Either way. Okay. I will start the panel by asking perhaps the question to Ms. Davana. What market shifts are the SABC seeing in terms of the audience taste and commissioning trends? Maybe we should start it there.
Thank you so much, Kobe, and also to the audiences. If you recall, I think SABC is the oldest broadcaster in the country. And I think for over 20 years to 15 years, we used to enjoy, the audiences before other players came into the market. And then late 1980s, Mnet came into play. And I don't think SABC was ready for the changes that were coming in. While Mnet was still celebrating, ETV came. While ETV was celebrating, remember Top TV before it was started? I think Top TV was, our first over-the-top a kind of television platform that South Africa had. And then what we see right now in the market, I don't think, MultiChoice were ready for Netflix. Yes, they've got their own Showmax, but I think Netflix came in and disrupt the entire, I think, broadcasting perspective. So what I'm saying is, as a public broadcaster, I think we should also be changing and adapting to the market landscape because we cannot broadcast or, upload content the way that we used to. Everybody is going digital. Yes, with all those things, as a public broadcaster, we've got our own challenges. You know, we only got 3 channels, MultiChoice, they've got a number of them. ETV, they've got Open HD, and other platforms, they've got a number of platforms, we only got 3. Worst thing, it was load shedding, which I think for us, it came and it was very bad. How do you survive? How do you come back? That's when we launched SABC Plus, which I think for us is a response to say, as a public broadcaster, yes, linear is what makes us who we are, but digital technology, that's where everybody is going. Coming back to say, how do we respond? I don't think, you remember, I think South Africa, do you still remember Mixit? South Africa, I think, had a great opportunity because, social media, I think, was born in South Africa. But I don't think the founder of Mixit realized that that dream can become something big like what it is today. And out of Mixit, that's where Facebook was born. So what I'm trying to say is, as a public broadcaster, we cannot be seeing these disruptors like your TikTok, your Facebook, your YouTube as competition. I was saying to one of my colleagues yesterday and also this morning, I was having a discussion with Simon to say, Simon, I think as a public broadcaster, we need to look at this all disruptions as an opportunity to partner with. Because just imagine if one person who's on TikTok have got more than 3 million followers, which means SABC, MultiChoice, ETV, and whoever, we've lost 3 million viewers. But if we partner with them and we direct the same people to come into our platform, we develop, bouquet where we give them an opportunity because now, remember, people used to say content is the king. Now, content creators, they are the king. So we really need to be working with them, not seeing them as competition. I think it would be.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, so as Shiliji quite correctly states, there's a slide we always use about the players that were there just not even so long ago, 5 years ago versus now, 10 years ago. I mean, I've been with the business for 11 years now, and the competitor set has increased significantly. So when approaching the changing landscape, you always have to have, it's either you're either too quick at something or you are too slow, right? Now, there's a fine balance between being too quick and being too slow because there's market strategies that haven't yielded what the world thought it would yield, right? Streaming being one of them, right? Streaming has been highly disruptive, but not very profitable, right? If you follow the trends around the world, a lot of streaming platforms are closing or downsizing, right? And Hollywood is suffering because of the disruption. It's even going through a big now. The writer's strike didn't help. But the disruption of the revenue streams has been difficult for everyone, and everyone is trying to adjust in that space to say what model makes business sense. Disney spent, I think, almost $2 billion US on content. You can imagine how many subscribers they need to recoup $2 billion US. So, and it hasn't yielded any profits for them. I don't know how long Bob is going to have his job there, but so disruptions. When we adjust to it, we need to find ways to adjust sustainably. It inevitably affects the way we do business. But I think the key takeout and what everyone is struggling with is what is good and what is bad change. I was having an offsite chat with Chizi yesterday, just to say not all change is good. There are some changes that are disruptive and disrupt the way things are being done. Like I said, Hollywood, where it's the anchor, they went into streaming, they went into hiring, and now it's a job bloodbath right now. So happening in the US, and so when adjusting to the climate, you always have to. It's a fine balance of not being left behind, but also not getting ahead of yourself too much. So it's that fine balance that we all struggling with the industry, because what happened is everyone was afraid of becoming Nokia. I call it the Nokia fear. So they felt the need to just move, do not be left behind, do not be Nokia, do not turn into BlackBerry. And in that pace, a lot of things were probably not done the best that could be done. And I think there's a repositioning happening and people trying to find, but it does affect how we commission, what we commission, the volumes of what we commission, because we have to find a profitable model in all this madness that's happening.
Thank you for that. Testing. All right. Thank you. Thank you for those insights. I'd like to just to give Mr. Digiza also just an opportunity. Sorry, this is somebody else. Just the opportunity to just speak to perhaps what they've touched on. As a filmmaker, have you what has been your experience in getting your product out to the market? Have you dealt with SABC? Have you dealt with multi-choice? And what would you say the changes have been maybe over the years?
Thank you very much. I think based on what I've just heard, what is inevitable is always change. And fortunately, before I came into the film space, I was a banker for 5 years. And if you all remember, before when you went to the bank to make a deposit, you had to go inside the bank, and then you fill a deposit slip with a carbon copy, and then you stand it to make a deposit. So I was part of the workers at that bank that actually came with the innovation of removing the deposit slip, coming up with that small card, and then that cell phone banking came in, being directed to the app. So all the changes are moving towards this small device that everybody carries. So with the same thing with film, when I was still training in Joburg at Moments Entertainment, part of my job was to submit our feature films to film festivals around the world. So I sat on the computer the whole day doing the admin, but the copy of the film, we had to physically take from Joburg to the International Relations Office in Pretoria for screening, for I think 2-week screening, and it gets a barcode because it goes in all the government entities, including FPB, and then you are called to come and pick it up, and then it's been given the green light by the country that you can actually ship it around the world to these various film festivals. So that was around 2010. And then 2012, Vimeo comes in. That entire process was wiped out because you just put your upload. Yes, you upload now your film and then you just send it anywhere in the world. So those changes have been coming. Even now, I think SABC has moved from, because I've done business with them before, where my feature film had to be sent in, I have to first do the manual submission. And even their office then didn't have a South African office. It was an international office that accepts features. And then we had to actually submit the CAN, the film itself, it had to go through QC, all physical. But I think now even to submit, now they've got a portal where you can just submit everything online, including the film itself, where they can watch it, and then they'll tell you if they're licensing or not. So the changes have been happening. and everything is moving towards the app. They also now have got SABC Plus. ETV have got now eVote, because they have to respond to the digital transformation that we have experienced.
So maybe just as a follow-up, so in that experience and in that transformation that you've experienced, um, what's clear obviously is the change in landscape, obviously influenced by mainly by technology, but just in terms of the principle of being in the game, having access and being able to submit your stuff, would you say there's certain things that still remain regardless of these changes that you speak to?
Yeah, mostly QC remains, because if whatever you submit has to go through the vigorous quality checks that the broadcasters sort of want you to comply with. But in terms of doing business, it's easier, because I've never left the Eastern Cape after my first feature. I've been working here, but I've licensed on
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Ms. Sivu. I think the question, my starting point with you is you are a producer who also, your business is really about location fixing. And I think you based or focused really in the Eastern Cape. And also, I know that you've got a film festival that's coming up, right? In terms of what's the significance and importance, for example, of the kind of work that you do, especially in a developing province like the Eastern Cape?
Okay, thank you, Kobe, and good morning to everyone. Yeah, this is actually a very important question, because if you look at the landscape of the film sector in the Eastern Cape, it is rather a developing one, but it's not developing structurally. We're in a point where there's different multiple things happening in all different corners. But for me, what's been exciting in the way that I had set up this particular service in the business is that because Eastern Cape has already an attraction because of our rich locations, like that's untapped. It's really something that we all know. I mean, tourism in the Eastern Cape was even something that has been big from way back. You know, everyone, when you mention Eastern Cape, they're like, oh my gosh, the Wild Coast, you know, oh my gosh, the Transkei, Port St. John's. So it's been something that has been big, not particularly in the film sector, but in tourism sector, it has always been big. So for me, I tapped into that angle because it was then easier to kind of sell these specific spaces to then invite production companies to come and, you know, film here, make their films and whatever. And also the other interesting thing, for reasons why I was highly focusing on that surface, was with just partners that I had in Cape Town, when they were saying, oh my gosh, like Cape Town's locations are so overused, you know, another advert now, we don't want to see the certain location. Another film, we don't want to see, like, you know, that particular. So I was like, oh, well, that makes sense, you know. Well, why don't you come this side? And of course, there's been other productions that have been coming to the Eastern Cape. So for me, that's been a greatest highlight. And also the most exciting thing as well is that with the locations that we have, it offers a different type of tapestry as well. You know, I mean, you can be in Port St. John's, but you can be in different multiple places in Port St. John's and still make it look extremely different, like as if you're in another platform in one area. So yeah, that for me has been very greatest highlight, including the fact that advertising agency is very keen to even write a certain style of storytelling based on the locations that they've actually seen in the Eastern Cape. And that for me was amazing, because with advertising, it's all about, okay, yeah, we're just selling these products and whatever, but because they've seen the type of locations that we have here, and when they came down here, the feeling that they had being in the specific locations, and for them it was like, "Oh, we can write like this, we can now tell a story for this specific brand. And because everything is digital now, social media is taking over. So they want to capture the story essence of their brand in the social highlight of how big social media has taken over. And I thought that was just really, really wonderful in that regard.
And your role also just as a festival producer?
Okay, so as a festival producer, the reason I actually decided to relocate to the Eastern Cape was to be part of the development that I could see was trying to sort of happen in some way or another. But my big interest was to plow back the skills that I've learned for being in other provinces. And so the way I had set up a business was also to add an element of development. And so in the developing part of the business, I started out doing screenings, but in high schools. So started doing it in Mpumalelo in Beacon Bay. And fortunately, at that time, I had an interest from PwC. So it then became evident that this could really become something that could be taken over. Or the only challenge there was to introduce it to the Department of Education for them to really understand what we were trying to introduce. So we quickly had to kind of change that model as it didn't go the direction that we had hoped for. But I then continued differently to conduct screenings and workshops for emerging filmmakers. And because I was a board member of the Documentary Filmmakers Association, I then was getting access to films that are coming from different filmmakers nationally and internationally. So then I'd bring those films here and then started creating this culture of an audience, which is important to me, is to develop the interests of audience development in the Eastern Cape for people to actually get used to the culture of watching films and also being part of the understanding of how the whole process value chain works, etc. So that's where the film producing really comes from, film festival producing. We started out as screenings, and because of our good funding platforms that we have, like the NFVF, now I'm able to actually produce an actual festival, considering the kind of build-up that I've done in the past.
All right. Thank you for that. I think before we continue, I just want to have a sense of who's in the room. With everybody that's here, if you've ever done business with the SABC, MultiChoice, or any of the broadcasters, can you just raise your hand? If you've ever had your film or production at a festival anyway, please raise your hand. Okay. And if you're an aspiring filmmaker and you're trying to get into the space, or you've got a film that you're working on but you don't know where to take it, but you are working on something, please raise your hand. Okay. And if you're here just to empower yourself because you want to get into the industry, and this is just an information session for you so that you just know where to go, but you haven't done anything, please, if you don't mind, raise your hand. That line. Yeah, I think that was
a profile, submit your application, and you will get a response from our commissioning teams who will review those submissions, whether you are successful or not successful in that process. Now, should an idea, because at that time it's an idea, be successful or have interest in, you will be called to pitch, and should you pitch the concept, would then go into development further. Now, based on your skill sets, and that's why I say the skill sets are important, you may or may not be partnered with someone who will oversee the production of that particular idea or not. Because it's money. No one is going to give you the money just like that. When you have not proven yourself in abilities to handle money. The monies can be anywhere from 700,000 to a couple of millions. But even 700,000 is a catastrophe to someone who's never handled 10,000. But dare I say even 100,000, right? So you would have to be able to, will have to be able to safeguard our investment. So our ideas are open to anyone from novice to experience, but based on your experience in producing and writing, you will be partnered up with someone with more experience to guide you through the process. Because what we do not want to do is watch a person fail. We will not sit back and watch someone fail. There's no use in that. And I'd like to implore to producers that, novice producers, that take the time to learn. Stop jumping forward. There's a lot of jumping that happens. And Luis will ask because he knows. I mean, someone can speak to you. You have not produced something. You cannot go to the ECTC, EPAC, and ask them to give you 20 million. Why is it 20 million, guys? But you know what 20 million is. That's a lot of money, right? And it goes into the building of the blocks. And I think with our political principles here, I'd like to implore them to work on building those blocks and get into the habit of actually managing money and delivering a product. It's a skill that you learn and you develop. So I would like to implore and the platforms that, give someone 50,000 and see if they can handle 50,000 well. And bring it on time and report the VAT and SARS issues and file what needs to be filed. It's a skill they'll be developing. You cannot start someone off who's not run a project with 2 million in their account. You're asking for trouble. You're asking for trouble. It ends in one way and one way only. So I'd like you to implore to learn the skill. This industry is one of those things that you get better by. The more you do, the better. I don't know. I don't think Kobe can remember. She's physically been, and it's a number of getting better as she went along. So I'd like to implore you, those who are starting, that it's not, your dreams are very valid. They are very valid, but don't crush them by jeopardizing yourself. And take time to learn and look at the NFVF and other film funds. Because I'm glad to, and the reason I'm so happy about what the CEO said is because art schools are expensive. Film schools are expensive. And the first thing we can start to empower is allowing these boys and girls, if they have an interest, the opportunity to go to those facilities and learn those skills. That will be so great for them with that, because it's unfortunately a field that's too expensive. So.
Yes, please. For the SABC, he was giving you a multi-choice perspective.
What he likes to play with me. Yesterday he said to me, SABC, when you don't commission, you make us to be stressed because now everybody wants to come to multi-choice. That's what he said. I'm like, don't worry. We are really working towards that because we believe, I think, a larger percentage of the industry depends on the public broadcaster for them to have their content. He spoke about the portal. SABC, we launched our portal in 2023. And I think for a public broadcaster coming from a manual submission, Lucigo mentioned that, okay, in 2010 he had to come and drop, his tape and whatever at the SABC International office. It was in Auckland Park, but there's an office called International. Yes. And then from there, I think we started to have an email where you will send your submission to commissioning at sabc.co.za. And now I think we have upgraded with the portal where, like what we were saying, my fellow, colleague, that you go and submit it. Before your submission, you create a profile. And then when you create your profile, the SABC portal is called ECS. You go there, there's a link, you put in your information. Even if you are an emerging filmmaker, even if you don't have a company, if you have an idea, there's a section, so which means you will choose the section that suits you, an emerging filmmaker, an independent filmmaker, or a producer like Abuti, because they've been producing, so we've got different tiers. So I think since we started with the portal, yes, the first year and a half, there were a lot of teething challenges because I think with each and every system, you know, when you start, there are some of the challenges that you still need to fine tune before you can have everything in place. And then most of the time, I think the queries that we used to get from producers was like, I've submitted, but it's not allowing me to upload maybe my screen now. It's not allowing me to take this much a gigabyte or whatever, because I think then the size was too small. Then we have to work and increase that. Okay, if, for example, Sisanda has got a, a screening that is like 2 gigabyte, it should be able to be uploaded on the portal, that the people that will be viewing that portal, assessing it, if it's something that is of broadcast material or quality, then they can be able to watch it. So coming back to the issue of broadcasting as a business, yes, we are a public broadcaster, but we're also a business. Many people, they think that it's okay, you know, you can send anything to the SABC, it's fine. Remember, we are using public funds, and we need to be accountable for the public funds. So whatever we give to Sisanda Hena Films to say, go and do this on our behalf, we should have also done our sales projections to say this kind of film that we are investing into it. How much return on investment are we going to get? Because it's not just money that we're giving to Sisanda, it's money that needs to come back because we are accountable as a public broadcaster. And I know even with our competition that are commercial, they can't just, like I was saying, you can't give 2 million to somebody who's starting. So which means you need to start somewhere. So with whatever that we do, we have got numbers. What you're talking about, audience share. You know, we will be like, you know, going head to head with multi-choice with ETV. But what I can as SABC One every game is #1 sport in South Africa, is the #1 storyteller. That I think is something because we tell local stories and we are home of local stories. And I wanted to say, you know, South Africa, I think, you know, the way that we consume content, that's why I think we're people that we love our content. And we also love, I think, foreign content. Last year I attended a Disney screening. I was so shocked when they were presenting the statistics with regards to what type of genre content that South African view. You know, we view foreign content more than even the foreign people themselves. With regards to, they were showing them the Spider-Man thing, that in South Africa, I think 70% of South Africans watch that kind of a franchise. So what I'm trying to say is, as much as we've got good stories here locally, even international broadcasters, they know there is a market in Africa. They know that, especially in South Africa, people, they watch content. If I tell you that the likes of Disney, Sony, Fremantle, and so forth, they always like sending us, you know, they would like us to license their content. And there was a time that I said, you know what, we're always licensing your content. Why don't you license our content? Because we've got our own story. It should be a two-way thing. So, you know, I think as a country, where we've got different diversities, where we've got different people that are great, I think, in the creative space, we need to have to be supported, especially by government. I'm going to give an example. Your BBC, your ABC in Australia, your CBC in Canada, PBS in America, they are like really funded by government. Yes, I know there are politicians here. Do you know that we get 3% of funding as the SABC? We've got public mandate, we've got educational content, religious content, sports. We know how South Africans love their sports. And when we know that, okay, our national clubs are playing, everybody, if it's on SABC, they will go and watch. I think maybe that's why multi-choice, they are making it difficult because they bought all the sports right. So because they know that if it's in a public platform, people are going to rally and come and watch in a public broadcaster. But without that mandated content being funded, it becomes difficult. But if they fund that mandated content, with whatever that we get from our revenue generation projects like our prime time content, our soapies and so forth, then we can invest it back to the industry. Where young people that are starting, then we're able to give them an opportunity to be able to develop content. Sisanda was just screening some of the screeners for the project that he's been working with NFVF and ourselves, and some, I think, with ECDC. Those projects, we have got particular slots that are dedicated for emerging filmmakers. Because as a public broadcaster, we should be seen building the industry. That's why we even have an industry development department. I think that's what Kobe were asking. What do we do for people that are coming in without any no experience at all? They've got an idea. Yes, some ideas maybe they need further development. Some ideas maybe they're going to say, okay, maybe go back and partner with the seasoned producers. But with that concept, if it has come in and we know that there is something in here, then that's the duty of industry development department to work with the producer from inception, from your conceptualization until it's something that when they know that okay, this now is something that we think we can go and pitch to channel SABC 1 or SABC 2 or 3, for example. It's their duty to ensure that they really develop the industry. Yes, as a public broadcaster, we are not doing it maybe in a full scale like what MultiChoice is doing on the MultiChoice Film Factory, because we don't have the same resource, muscle-wise, finance-wise, like MultiChoice. But whatever little contribution, I think that is help. That's why it is important for us as a public broadcaster that we saw an opportunity to partner with regional industry bodies like the ECDC here in Eastern Cape and ECPEC, because through them, then we're able to tap into that talent that maybe we have never even thought it does exist. And then through some of the projects that came out of Eastern Cape that now are well developed, like here, they become mentors to these young people. So, which means we still continue to do industry development, but in a provincial level, in partnership with industry bodies, in partnership with financial bodies like ECDC. So I think that's what we will do as the SABC, because doing that, it helps us, not just us, and also these industry bodies, and also these government entities, because they also have mandate to be seen to be developing, the industry. Globally, I think internationally, there have been a lot of investment. Someone was talking about how many billions that is invested in Hollywood, and I think they also touched base on it. In South Africa, we don't have that, but I think we are a growing market where business people, when somebody comes in, especially a producer, to say, I've got a concept, don't look at it as something that won't yield any positive investment. It's going to yield any positive investment because the minute it's on a platform, on a broadcasting platform, it might be a streaming platform, it might be a linear television platform. Many people that didn't know anything about your business, now you are getting free publicity. Instead of you maybe reaching 50,000 people, if it's sitting on SABC 1 at 1800, where we've got an audience of more than 7.8 million that are watching at that time, so which means you are reaching 7.8 million people that you would not have reached maybe if you have done the traditional way. So there is a lot of things that can be done. That's why I think private-public partnership is important. Government can do its own, part. Public can do its own part, and then the private companies can do so. But when we work together, I think we're able to revolutionize this industry to become something that is worthwhile investing into, because we do know the billions that are being invested, and for people like who come from the America of this world to come and film and take back whatever, and they don't leave much in the country. It doesn't make sense because it's our country. There should be regulations that regulate, especially foreign, producers and whoever that come and do business in the country, to say, if you come and film in Eastern Cape, you need to hire 30% or 40% of the local film industry. So there need to be like measurements and regulating in place to ensure that as a country, people shouldn't just come and take. People that have been taking, foreigners have been taking out of Africa for so long. yes, then there was civilization, but now they are using media to civilize us. And most of us were not even aware. How many of you been to watch 13 part of whatever on Netflix in one day? Many of us we do, including me. And I'm supposed to be, okay, with me when I watch, I'm looking at okay, what competition is doing. So, yes.
Thank you for that. I think you've already touched on it, right? The partnership between yourselves and government, and I think also yesterday you kind of alluded to, I think, an MOU that exists between the SABC and ECC, and I think that's a great initiative. Maybe also just to extend that to multi-choice, is there, for example, an Eastern Cape focused strategy in terms of giving access to your platform?
Thanks for that, Kobe. I think we're all well aware of Kabaka the Empire, which was shot here, produced by you, Kobe. I don't know why you're acting like you don't know. Uh, here in the Eastern Cape. So, as MultiChoice, we are not, we have a national print, but we're not a national player. Right? It is a Randburg-based company. It is where it is. But with that, we're still not ignorant to the fact that we have a national footprint. And we have loyal customers all across the country. So that was our try at accessing other markets outside Gauteng. As you all know, not even Gauteng. People don't even shoot in Pretoria, funny enough. Johannesburg is Hollywood, you know, is our Hollywood. So coming to Eastern Cape was one of those provinces we felt we needed to be seen here. I mean, before Kabaka, we actually shot Survivor. They didn't invite me. I was very sad because they're on a nice island. I don't even know where that island is. Can you guys remember me, please, to that island? From my heart. Where they actually shot Survivor. So it's a province that's always excited us. And when the opportunities to come to the Eastern Cape, MultiChoice will always look at those opportunities. But I also want to be honest and throw it back to the Eastern Cape at all levels, provincial, regional, and all the entities, be it EDC, EPAC, and so forth. The ease of doing business has to be significantly improved because those are just commercial considerations one cannot look at the other way. So once the ease of doing business is made easier, the easier it is for other productions, entities, or businesses to come into the province. So I'd like to throw it back and say that really needs to be looked at because we worked, and we're going to speak honesties, and people need to know you worked. It was difficult. We had to ship in a lot of things, fly in a lot of things. A large portion of our budget actually went to just logistical costs of doing business. A large portion of it was purely on logistics, not even something people saw on screen. So those things are quite important, and not just for the film industry, but just for any other industry. The ease of doing business is something that's paramount. But we love this province. It has given us a lot of on-screen talent, a lot of off-screen talent. A lot of my colleagues are from here. I see my former colleague is here. She left us a while back, but she used to work with us. So it's a province that always be dear to us. And whenever an opportunity arises, we welcome and shoot. I think you want to add something. Go ahead.
Sure, thanks. I think as from the sector's point of view, what you just touched on in terms of doing business with the stakeholders and the custodian of film in the province is quite a challenge. and I'm happy that you are coming from outside and you are referring to one of the biggest telenovelas we've experienced, that it was a bit difficult, and that is due to the non-regulation of the sector currently. And I'll make an example with writing, because as much as things can move digitally in terms of film, things get easy, production costs significantly down now. Writing will always take that same time. Writing will always need R&D funds. Writing will always need consulting, supervision, research, and all of that. And currently in the province, there is no fund for writing. We have to rely on NFVF for concepts to be developed. So that is one thing which is crucial, which we have been hammering in the previous years, that please, we need to have space and funds for writing so that we can develop our own concepts and not go and compete nationally at concept level. And then when you get there, you get people who are coming from resourceful provinces already with development funds, and then yours will just fall into the cracks. You see the area that Simon showed us in that music video, that is called Zierveld. It's a Unukwa territory. That area actually witnessed the 3 of the 9 wars, the first 3 by the Amakunukwebe, Amantinde, Amalu, and that's where the first scorched earth policy took place, where people were wiped off, women and children, and they were all sent beyond the Fish River, and their king was murdered, Utumba was Amakunukwebe, and then that has now been that space where it's became farms. And then the rest of the wars happened after those 3 wars. So there is a file or sort of a packaged research regarding those specific 3 wars, the people that lived there, the pre-colonial point of view of that area. Yeah. There is all of that done, but you find that places like one, even NVF, Choice or SAPC will never take on such a project because it's an Eastern Cape thing. And let's not be naive about our historical background in the Eastern Cape especially. This is where most of the fighting actually happened. The land question is still locked and landlocked in here. Okay, so that regulation will allow for Eastern Cape concepts that can compete or be better than Ushaga Ilembe to be developed here in the province, and then nurtured here in the province, funded here in the province, proudly home of the legends. If we can have writing funds channeled via ECDs, because currently there is a section in the policy where there is development, but it must always come with a distributor on board already at concept stage. And then when it comes to production, there must be 70% secured funds elsewhere before you can knock an ECDC's door. That's something that we are hoping to change so that it can at least prioritize or ring-fence and get production houses. So we can start our concepts from here and then develop the code. Because you obviously, if ECDC comes on board initially, you won't have a problem to commission that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Janelle. I'm a filmmaker. I just have a couple of questions. I'm going to read them out quickly. I wanted to ask from the broadcasters, when Kobe started the question, she asked about what your experience as broadcasters is in relation to changing audience tastes and how is that affecting your commissioning and your licensing. And then another thing following up to that question is, since you guys have all invested in platforms, digital platforms like streaming platforms, I wanted to ask, how profitable are these platforms for you? And are you seeing or foreseeing that these platforms have been or are becoming platforms you will continue to invest commissioned and licensed works in? And I asked this in relation to the fact that you guys were saying that everyone is sort of like streaming is going down and all of those things. Do you find that you guys are going to keep your streaming platforms and you're going to increase any budgets in terms of commissioning and licensing for those? And then my last question is, to the filmmakers on the platform, including you, Kobe, what is your guys' view or ideas on film producers or film production companies' roles on expanding distribution channels, considering that developmentally we do have an issue of like reaching audiences? That's all of my questions. Thank you. Yes, the shifted audience taste, because I remember the SABC said that they are thinking about, we're not thinking about what other genres and stuff that they would like commission. I remember having specifically the conversation around films and series. So since they've been doing this thing since the 1970s, what have they experienced as a change, particularly relating to the fact that they've gone digitally?
Long and what they want to watch when it's short. It's different. In terms of streaming, with us, streaming for us is not going anywhere. It's part of the world. What will happen now is a realignment of how it was looked at. So it's part of our strategy as multi-choice. Showmax is going nowhere. It's here to stay. But the whole realignment of that will happen. And I'm sure with SABC Plus, the streaming can't go anywhere. It's a new medium of consuming television, but how you approach it is what will be strategically relooked at.
Yes. Thank you guys for the great insights. Just on the ease of doing business, a little more expatiation. What are the difficulties you've come across? Thank you, guys.
Oh, cool. So on a broadcasting sense, right? It's not even that. It's the ease of getting equipment here. So if I was to shoot in Makanda right now, to get gear house, I would have to fly gear house in or drive it in. Accommodation to put key crew and cast into a hotel. I can't house them. So logistically, a production then has to take that and pay for equipment that has come from Johannesburg or Cape Town, depending which one will be closer. So that's the angle I was speaking at. And then you need to also bring people, and that's why I'm happy about the school thing. There's certain roles where the people are just not in the province. So you need to fly key crew and cast in. That means you have to house them, pay them per diem, give them allowances. That is increasing cost of business. But if I could come to Makanda and say, guys, there's a shoot happening, I need someone on grips, I need this, I need that, and they are from the area, then the cost of business, because they will work and then go back to their own place. I'm not paying them per diems or so on and so forth. So being able to source key crew and cast where you shooting is important, because it removes a lot of additional cost of, and I want to hotel and I want to Bazolo anyway, because then Bazo Qualisi, Bazo Quantum, I baze bazosebenza abantu bazobuza why bona. It's because of the skills needed, that is needed. So that's what I meant in my perspective. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you for mentioning that. That is like a very huge chunk of the element that even when advertising agencies come and also large productions, when they come here, that becomes the difficult part. And with the way that I work with the production, because I also sit in understanding what the processes from ECDC, from their funding element, on the fact that they have to have a 70% spend in the Eastern Cape. But when you look at it, that's actually not, it's impossible, because number one, when it comes to talent, guaranteed we do have the talent, but they are not refined in the pace of what a production would want when it's filming here. So it means that there still needs to be fine-tuning when it comes to that particular talent. So does it go with the crew. The crew that is here are emerging people, you know. So we cannot particularly put them in a position of being an HOD. They would then fall in a position of being an intern. And then for them, it becomes a stress, a frustration, because how can they be put as an intern? Then it goes back to that negative talk that, oh gosh, our institutions here, like ECTC, ACPAC, or whatever, are not caring for us. But then there's that fundamental issue of what kind of skills we need to hone around within the Eastern Cape, particularly with productions. So the more productions come in, the more that we can actually get people to be trained. And the more they come in, then we can have like a gear house lab. We can have all these unit tracks that we need in the facilities that are therefore needed in that particular space. And also people who know how to operate those particular things, yeah.
Just to close off, just to summarize it, it's more like we become more film friendlier with more productions. The less productions we have, and even if those trained suppliers and crew will stay idle. So that has to be pushed more by more productions that are coming in, then the province or the area becomes more film friendly, because now people know we can supply this and that film sets. Thank you.
But last year when we were here, the SABC mentioned that there is less kids content, you know, coming from filmmakers or people who create content. I want to know if there's any change from last year, and in terms of support that you can maybe get from the SABC so that that particular content can filter through. Because I know Netflix and Showmax and all these others, that's what we binge on at home. But if you go to SABC, you're not going to find a lot of kids content. Thank you.
We have got a department called SABC Education and Children. Children at home, and also children when we are talking about ECD, early childhood and development, children in different ages. And yes, you're right, with regards to producers producing children content, many producers, they don't find it, I think, attractive, because children in educational content budgets are not as big as films and dramas and whatever. That's why yesterday I was saying, for those who attended the session last night, to say, please don't just submit dramas and films. We've got educational content, we've got children content, we've got religious content, we've got, factual content, they do submit documentaries, which I think after drama is documentaries. But without children, remember children content, that's where the foundation is laid. I think the challenge that we have as a public broadcaster is, as much as we've got an education department, we don't have a funding from the Department of Basic Education or a funding from the Department of Higher Education and Training
which I think is a challenge because what we do, yes, we're not replacing the teachers in the classroom. We are supporting whatever learners are learning in the classroom. So we will welcome a lot of submission of those children content. If you go to our portal now, when you go to the portal, 80% of submission, they are dramas. So what about other genres? So which means our producers, I don't know, maybe it's because of not having enough information, but I know pre-COVID we used to do road shows. We will go to different provinces we meet. We have producers engagement. And then I think in 2021, 22, there was nothing. But late 2022, we did, I think, another show with some of my colleagues. They went to different provinces. Some we met online where we're talking about what we have, the gaps that we have in all the channels, in all the genres, what we are looking for. Delivery of educational content or children content with the SABC is a mandate. Each and every month we need to be submitting to ICASA how much of that children content have we managed to deliver. And we are under delivering on children content because people, they don't see it as a, something that is attractive for them to invest into. But if you have got those great children concept, it might, because with children content, the beauty is you can do a children drama. You can do a magazine show. You can do a talk show. You can do a documentary. You can do a reality. That's the beauty. And something that maybe producers, they are not aware of. Most of these commercial companies, they've got a huge budget on their CSI, which they would love to invest in educating, the audiences. And where do you start? You need to start from those children at early childhood development, talking about safety, talking about life skills and so forth. So the list is endless. So we are open to have a lot of children content. Thank you.
I'd just like to take maybe this moment to summarize a bit part of the points that were discussed here. I think, first of all, I liked what you raised, right, about having a pipeline of productions coming in, because it becomes a question of, it's a chicken and egg question. Do we have, do we invest in the equipment and the facilities, or do we have the work that requires that? Because also you don't want to be having a storage full of camera equipment when there isn't work coming in, because also that then has its own negative narrative, right? So I'm hoping that the conversation and engagement between government, for example, and platforms such as MultiChoice, SABC, and everybody else actually does continue to happen, because I think that's where we will be able to unlock the potential for the province. I think as a takeaway, sorry, I don't know where the feedback was. Is it my laptop? But you can hear me, no? Yeah. So, and also just, I think,
Thank you very much, Kobe, and to the panelists. I think you summarized it quite well. So I won't be doing the summary for this one, but to say that it's now time for lunch. We're running a little bit late in terms of the program. Lunch will be about 45 minutes, just to give everybody some time to eat. It will be served on the same floor. So as you walk out, you'll see ushers wearing gray shirts. They will point to the dining hall. So the time now is quarter past 2. So shall we be back here, say at 3 o'clock, and then we'll try and catch up with time with the next segment. Thank you very much, everybody.
One, two, one, two.
Afternoon, once again, and afternoon, everybody. Just we can take our seat so that we can start. All right, I think we'll proceed with the program, and other delegates will join us as we proceed. Welcome back to the last session for today, or rather the afternoon session of the last one. We have two more formal program segments to go through today. The first one will be a presentation that will be given by the IDC on funding options that they have available to support the sector. And the presentation will be provided by Mr. Mbuta. All right. And then we will have the masterclass, which will be done by Mr. Simon Okwela, who was the keynote speaker earlier, and he will be talking about unpacking the landscape for sales and distribution. So I think without further ado, let me call up Yusuf, come and join us on the stage so that you can talk to us about funding. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm worried. I mean, I don't see my target market here, young people, so I just ask you to call them quickly because those are the people that I really want to talk to, so that we don't leave them behind. My name is Manya Kamputa. I'm from the Industrial Development Corporation, and we are very happy to be here. We are grateful for the invitation. I think ECBC is doing beautiful things here. I was saying to some of the colleagues that we see it online, the pictures and everywhere, and things are happening in ECBC. And I think I was saying to some of your colleagues that within all the DFIs, provincial DFIs, ECBC is doing the things really, and we're happy to be partnered with. So, and then Honorable Executive Mayor, thank you so much for being here. And I think, I attend a lot of these other things, these kind of things. Politicians don't really stay for this long. I'm very impressed. In fact, when we finished the meeting, I was like, Executive Mayor, please don't leave. We still want to talk while you are here. We really appreciate your presence here. So, and the support, we really appreciate it. And colleagues, good afternoon. I think the protocol has been set. I will just observe it so that I don't call each one of you by name. All right. So let me get to it. Very happy to be here. Anyway, so they are facing the presentation. So, Industrial Development Corporation is one of the biggest and oldest DFIs in our country, and we're doing a whole lot of other things. So here, this is what the presentation is talking about. It's quite an old DFI. We have been, in existence for over 85 years. So we at least know what we do. So today I'll be talking about film and media and audio visual. But I think it's important that I just say we do a whole lot of other things. We play in agro, in automotive, chemicals, energy infrastructure, and all those sectors. because we are mandated to provide industrial development by funding those businesses. So that's who we are. We are owned by government. We report to Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. So we are an SOC, exactly like ECDC. We just have a national mandate which has also gone to the rest of Africa. So that's who we are. So today specifically I'll be talking about media and audiovisual. And so let me just say we have been involved in media for quite some time, but what then happened is that there was a time where the IDC stopped funding media because we really funded transactions which were not profitable. And the executives decided, you know what, let's put a hold on this. And it was not nice. And we just came back and we really trying to get traction in the media space. So, and some of the things that I'll be talking about, we'll be talking to specifically that, to say now that we are back, we cannot afford to fail again. Because if we fail, they will close the department again, and we don't want it. So, from this department, we do three things. We do content creation, we do production facilities, and post-production. So these are the things that can be funded through IDC funding. And so I'm saying to young people, here's an opportunity, and even older people and those who are young at heart. So this is how we do it. We provide interest-bearing loans. We also provide something that we call quasi-equity, which is something that is between a loan and an equity. It has features of both interest-bearing loan and equity. So it's a little bit patient in its nature. But we also provide equity funding, which is, I'm sure most of you would know that it's a little bit patient because you don't have to pay interest, and it doesn't really put strain on your cash flow because it also shows from our side that we are committed to the project. All right. So before we fund you, I should have mentioned that I have been given 5 minutes to do this presentation, so don't mind me as I go quick. So before we fund any business, these are the three things that we look at. The technical aspect, this is where it becomes very important, whether whether it will appeal to people, the cameras and all those. That's the technical part. But most important now is the issue of market. When we talk to filmmakers, because you can have a beautiful film, but if no one is interested to buy it, if MultiChoice doesn't want it, or SABC or any other person doesn't want to buy it, then we will have a serious problem because now you have this product, but you can't sell it and nobody wants it. So this is very important. That's why we really insist now on the pre-sale and a whole lot of other things that I'll explain that a little bit later. And see, I need to say this, the funding from ECDC is very important because now it works as a catalyst. So if you put 1.5 million, and even if the production cost is 10 million, if you put in 1.5 million into a film or into a project, what then happens is that they come to us, they say, oh, by the way, I have 1.5 million that I have secured from ECDC and FDF, they've given me this much. Then now, because we cannot fund the whole amount, we can fund up to 39% of the funding. So, because of that, we will want money to come from somewhere. That enabling seed capital that ECDC gives makes a whole lot of impact into how we look at transactions. So, I mean, sometimes because the ECDC will be putting like 1.5 million rand or 2 million, it might look like it's a small amount of money. But it plays a very, very critical role because as we go to our committees, we like, okay, we have ECDC, we have NVF, and this the applicant has gone to DTIC to get a grant, so we have 51% of the money that is needed for the production, and IBC will then have 49%, and then we are able to cash flow the project upfront. So that makes a huge difference. And we are just needed to do that. So, and that talks to the financial structure now to say how do we then do this and what do we think about this as the development corporation. Right. See now, my target market is not here. I'm very passionate about young people. So what we have done, we have just launched a youth in film at IDC. And this is quite interesting because we look at IDC and as an industrial development corporation. So some of the sectors require a whole lot of money. And then we look, what is it that we can do for young people to ensure that we get young people into jobs, into creative spaces and so on. So this is really our flagship. We launched it earlier this year. We had a master class last week. Young people came, and we are really hoping that it will definitely yield. So within the IDC, we have a program called Grow E, which was launched a couple of years ago, but we still have a lot of money in that particular pot. And we said, what we're going to do is to try and target young people using this particular fund. And it has two pots, one for investment and one for non-financial support. Very important because sometimes we need to help young people with non-financial support. So for this one, this is the qualifying criteria. If you are 36 and younger, where is Kanye? Kanye, where are you? You know, she was saying to me, what about people who have just, 36 or 37 about what must happen? So the big thing is that even if you are older, we are able to finance you. The only issue is that you will not necessarily get concessional funding or concessional interest rate. So we try to make it easier for young people. And then the other thing that is important is that for young people, we insist on pre-sale. The reason is simple. I mean, we had this discussion with Susanna, and he has a very interesting, that the one that we just saw, that program of young people where he takes them through the process and so on. We really very interested. I mean, we had a long meeting at our offices, and we really want to get involved in that, and we'll see how best we do this. But the point is that these young people get through the training program, and then every graduate, they are able to produce their own films. Now, the important thing is that who is going to buy this? Are you willing to buy this product from SABC and so on? We are particularly clear that we want the pre-sale for young people. So when we have a product, that product must have a pre-sale agreement. So in our structure that I was talking about earlier, ECDC would have put, let's say, 1.5 million, and you have 500,000 from NVF, for example. Now, you have a pre-sale, and SABC says, well, we'll pay 3 million rand for this particular project. Within no time, you have about 5 million ready. And let's say the production cost is 10 million rand. Then we are able to cash flow the whole project with the understanding that when we finally deliver the product to SABC, we'll get that money, and then we get money from NVF, we get money from ECDC, but the production would have happened, and it makes it much easier for that particular production to be profitable. So that's how we try to make it easy for young people to get involved. And we have partnered with SABC. We're talking to all other media houses to say, guys, please get involved. Let's see how we can do this. I mean, when we had our master class on last week, SABC was like, we thinking of making space on our what do you call it, SABC Plus, for maybe as a pop-up channel there for young films which were produced by young people and so on. So it's really encouraging. I think the future is bright for film, and we're really happy that we are part of that bright future. So I wanted to put up this slide so that at least we can see some of the things that we have done, which are successful, where IDC has invested. And I think we are readily available. We are led by Mr. Bonania, who is an executive for our department, and Mr. Kahisho Bakela is head of department. And then we are ready to receive your applications, both from young people and those who are young at heart. They are also welcome to apply. And then for young people, if you have a project already available, please email it to youth in media at IDC, youth in film at idc.co.za. We are working on a link that on our website where you click there, then you'll be able to apply and upload your documents. But as it is, we are open for business. If you have a ready production, a ready project, please do email us. Email it to youthinfilm at idc.co.za. And our website is idc.co.za. I hope I did not take too much of your time. Thank you so much.
I only see one hand for now. Okay. Oh, second hand, which is at the back. From Platinum Bay, there's two hands. Can you hand the mic over to you?
Thank you, sir. My name is Tia. I just wanted to ask you, I have never received a message from you before, and maybe I was trying to apply that time and look at the post text notices. But now that I hear that you have a break, thank you very much for the break. I wanted to ask, so say I was putting together finances for a film, I don't know if anything happened over here. So did you the video to manager GPs with other investors? Where in the corporate schedule to get it's like, can you be the last person I pay, the first person I need to pay back? Where in the corporate schedule to because which guys said if that was my matrix of in terms of the first payment. So, thank you.
So I also forgot to introduce my colleagues here. My homework is I'm here with Joy and so basically my colleagues. So after this, you can also talk to them and get more info. So so we really, I mean, ideally we would want to be the first to get involved. But unfortunately, because we funding 49% of the production, we cannot get involved, be the first mover So we would, when you come to us, you would maybe have, your NFDF, maybe you would go into ECDC, and then you would come to us, maybe you also go to SABC, get a pre-sale agreement, and then when you come, you're like, okay, here's my pre-sale, here's my contributions from other, players, and then IDC pays to pay. And I think that what we were discussing earlier on was that, remember, when you get a pre-sale, the money doesn't flow immediately. When you get money from NFDF or even DTIC, the money does not flow immediately. So where are we trying to close the gap is that at least on the strength of those commitments, we are able then to front load the project so that we can go into production. And then we know that the money will come from DTIC, will catch those gaps. So we will then discuss 10 million rent with the understanding that we get money from the pre-sale, we get money from NFDF, from DTIC. So that's where we trying to play. And then clarity on the 49%, my brother. So this is where I was just indicating that we fund 49% of the total production cost. So the other 51% has to come. If you have any money, please, you can use that as own contribution. We are happy to finance it like that. But because we understand, and particularly with young people, we understand that young people don't have the money. And we thought, how can we make it easier for them to get involved? And that's why we try to collaborate to ensure that we eliminate the burden of own contribution and number cash that sometimes we put so much pressure on young people.
I have a follow-up question because I don't think you understood the question.
Okay, you might do it with
Did you?
Yeah, no, good question. Good afternoon. Your question was on recruitment. Typically, how we will go is probably your sales commission. That's going to go first. Whatever percentage is, typically between 15 and 25, somewhere there. That's what's going to go first. And after that, if there is an MG with sales agent or distributor, then they don't typically say that first because the revenues come to them first. And then whatever follows after that, we would like to already pursue with them. So at the same time, we will typically negotiate what the percentages are going to look like on how that money will be distributed.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. But if we can go first, we will take that.
No, listen, we don't want you to like that. You are our government. We want you to make as light as possible because of what things. Because that the DPIC sometimes takes too long to cover the new budget. So we want you guys to be patient.
Just a basic question about the team seems to be located in Gauteng. I understand that the application to typically happen digital. Now, I can mention personally, is it possible to go to a reason which was happening from Gauteng? To actually have a process at some point, even within the process of the application. So I know that communication is key, but understanding is something very important. And I think something about the personal protection is something people can just online part.
Yeah, we do have offices all around the country, so they are dealing with us in those offices, so we can then attend to you and take your questions.
Right. Are there any other hands? Okay, I don't see any other hands. Thank you very much, Mr. Mota. I think we can move to the next section. We can move to the next segment, which is the masterclass. I do see Mr. Makwara in the room. He will take us through the unpacking of the landscape of sales and distribution, a journey to market access, I think your presentation is ready, Sam. Over to you.
I come back. All right. Hello again. For those that weren't here before, my name is Simon McGregor. I come from a company called Moongrace. Moongrace is based in Expo. So typically what we do is management consulting, but we also own company for media, hospitality, and tech companies as well. So we've got a couple of companies and projects that we manage and assist, as well as doing work in the market to assist small businesses to understand the landscape of business and operations and productivity and all of those big words. So the purpose of today's masterclass is a 2-hour masterclass. Now I need to do it in an hour and I need to do 45 minutes. Okay. We're going to rush. So I encourage you to take out your notebooks and pens and take out notes and then we have a Q&A at the end. What this masterclass is designed for is to understand economics, more specifically economics, but also how to use economics as an advantage to people like IBC, people like SKBC, Multitrends, etc. And to get pre-sales out of your content before you finish the project so that you know who you're speaking to and how to speak to them. So, let's get to it. So some of the brands that we worked with, this is like way fast. There's a show called Purpose to Share Show. Who remembers that? Okay, cool. So the Purpose to Share Show is speaking to a brand, speaking about products, and speaking about revenue. So the reason why I'm bringing this up now is that sometimes what you'll find is that you're not necessarily just trying to sell your products to a broadcaster. You're trying to sell your products to a brand as well. And that brand can give you a portion of your funding as a sponsorship or as for your launch, for your marketing and catering partnerships that will help offset the cost of producing your content as well. So this comes through as either an advertiser funded program that can go to any of the broadcasters that is supported fully by a brand sponsorship, or it can also go into something like a launch or marketing fees or sponsorship in terms of product placements within shows. You'll see on Uzalo, I think it is, they have these digital boards where they can actually digitally imprint a brand into them so that they can sell that airtime back to brands so they can make revenue back to afford paying for that airtime as well. Obviously, Mochila, I worked hard in tourism and the commercial for the TV shows. I think it's in the one with Nicosi and Rana Stella. It was at the airports. I produced and directed that. We launched 100 BRB in South Africa as one of our commercial films in 2022. We did corporate videos for companies like Dimension Data. So these are just what we call the product market mix. So in the market, I am rushing, guys. So keep up with me. So product market mix means that don't focus as a filmmaker just on making one big hit television production. You will not survive and be sustained as a business. Businesses operate with money, they operate with revenue, they operate with cash flow, and you need to invest in having a different range and portfolio of products that can keep you sustained in the industry and in the market for a long enough time. The challenge that we see in businesses, especially media businesses today, is that media businesses, filmmakers in general, will work for 3 months of the year, then you want to work for 3 months of the year, then you want to find work for 3 months of the year, but then you still want to be a billionaire at the end of the day. So remember, revenue is the key to success. But if you don't focus on mixing whatever product
products you put into the market, you're going to end up only surviving on bits and pieces of income every 2 to 3 months, or sometimes even longer. Right now, we're going through what we call a bearish market, where it's going a little bit downward trend. But at the same time, you still need to survive because rent needs to be paid, school fees need to be paid, and all of those other nice things that we don't enjoy that are called bills need to be paid. So, just on this slide here, what I'm saying is that learn to diversify what products you put out into the market, and that will keep you sustained when you're waiting for that big hit to go broadcast as well. Moving on very swiftly. Okay, so the topic breakdown. We're going to talk about understanding the market. We're going to talk about the platform and investor lens. We're going to talk about value and costing alignment. We're then going to talk about content strategy and innovation. I did touch on these topics a little bit earlier as well. And then we're going to talk about pitching strategy. We're going to talk about marketing strategies. You can see someone's taking photos, and we know we're done. Right. Okay, so you ask you this question. Who wants to be a famous filmmaker? Hands, please show me hands. Who wants to be a famous filmmaker? Alright. Okay. Great. So how many is that? Show hands there? Okay, great. Fantastic. Great. Wonderful. Who wants to be a successful filmmaker? Okay. That's great. So we're going to talk about successful filmmaking. Because there's a big difference between being a famous filmmaker and being a successful filmmaker. I spoke about it earlier to say that sometimes the sad thing that we see in our industry is that a lot of artists are leaving this side of the world. And the wealth brackets that sort of define whether you're rich or poor. Like, you're spending millions and millions and millions of rands creating products that go into a market that you're not able to recuperate those funds so that you can pay back our dear friends here from the IEC, regardless of whether they want to be the last in and first out, first in and last out, or last in and last out, whatever it is. But also because budgets are tight, and if you don't have a strategy, we don't say if you don't have a plan, you're planning to fail. So always have a plan, have a strategy, and we'll talk about filmmaking for success. So how to create a film for positive impact. It's what I mean. I'm going to read it from here because my eyesight is a little bit underwhelming. Alright, so there are two distinct pathways that you can think about in the project. Now, we're going to focus just on visual assets, long form, what we call long form is television series mainly. But there's two distinct pathways. You can have a local first model, or you can have an international first model. And how you approach these, there's two different distinct ways to approach these models that will have a positive impact either in the local market or international market. The problem that we see today is that a lot of South African films have to go outside first before they are recognized internally. And that's a bit sad, isn't it? That we don't support our own brands and products before we have to have validation from outside to support them. So you've got, even when you're creating a product for an internal market, or internal market, we have to have a global force pattern around how you position that film or media asset. So that when you're talking to a population of people, and it comes back down to what my colleague from IEC said, it was on his slide, I don't know if he expressed it, it's a science, it's a science to every market. And that science is made up of a population, it's not just made up out of just, this is the size of the market, I don't know. There are metrics that speak to that, there are numbers, there are indexes, there are a whole bunch of studies that have been done to determine the size of each and every market. And that information is available if you go and research it as well. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about if you're growing for a local first strategy, you need to build an authentically local look and feel, and then translate that into global. Right? So what does that mean? think about cultural authenticity first. So we're sitting in the Eastern Cape. I'll get into this a little more detail in later slides. We're sitting in the Eastern Cape, one of the most culturally authentic places in South Africa when it comes to Xhosa culture. Right? Stories, hundreds of thousands of stories that can be told out of that single context. My colleague that was on the panel, Zulu, he told me a story I didn't even know about a location that he tried. There's a funny story that can set a landscape and evolve into a cultural masterpiece such as Shaka, which has tracks all over the world in very, very different. If anybody in South Africa or anywhere in the world lets you have they would know that all Shaka, right? Because of its cultural significance. And then even on TikTok, I think it was in Louisiana, they had a Zulu parade, and the Zulu people were crazy because of cultural appropriation. So we have culturally authentic content in South Africa that is able to be exported on many different ways. But that authenticity is what makes South African content win in the market. There's, on my slides, but there's studies that show that on streaming platforms, so there's 7 main streaming platforms in South Africa, right, that are competing against over 500 international streaming platforms that are available in South Africa online. 7 against 500. Guess who's winning? The 7. More South African audiences are watching those 7 platforms than there are any of the 500. Even Netflix is losing at this point. And that's just the game of costs and economics. So what do you do if you want to do it? Then we have to look at festival circuits as well as pathways. This is what comes back down to the ability to appeal to an international audience to draw attention back home. And we'll get to that with some of the films that we use as a case study in this. But you have to think about festival approach. Let's go speed up a little bit. And you've got to look at prestige-driven distribution. Prestige is the quality that you produce your film at, or your media asset at. But quality has to speak to an international audience as well. So don't just say that, no, I'm going to create a Bollywood type of thing. Bollywood exists because Bollywood had a market to exist. They created demand in the market so they can supply for that demand. But we as South Africans have to meet the demand of a Netflix because Netflix is available now locally. And you will notice that Nigerian films have become much better in the last couple of years. Right? They're competing on a global scale now. They compete with Bollywood films. They're competing with South African films and they're competing with Hollywood films. And I'll argue that they are making as much return on the streaming platforms as the South African films or the Hollywood films are making because of the authenticity. It comes back down to that. And then you have to think about extended revenue pipeline. And this just comes down to economies of scale. So we have a population of 63 million people in South Africa. Who's bold enough to say that they want to make a film for every audience? Everybody's going to watch their film. Do they have an idea? Let's see a show of hands. Who's got an idea? Everyone's going to watch a film. It's going to interest everybody. I'm not laughing at your idea, but I apologize if I do offend anybody. When you start talking about marketing, you start talking about demographics and segmentation, it can be offensive. I don't mean to offend anybody. I just want to point blank on the fact you're lying to yourself. You're absolutely lying to yourself. You say that everybody has one idea can speak to everybody. And that's when you get into segmentation marketing and positioning. And we're going to learn about how to do segmentation marketing and positioning simply because you need to know how to segment your market for a specific demographic. If I ask you what washing powder you use, some people like Omo, some people like Surf, some people like, what's the other one? And there's a reason why. Because sometimes you like a different fragrance, right? Alright? Everyone here is dressed differently. Why? Because you like different types of clothes. If everybody liked that idea, everyone would be dressed the same. It would be uniform. So understand that concept that you can never create a single product that is ubiquitous to everybody. The entire population of 63 million people will not just buy your product. Even in the supermarket, that's why you have different brands. You have, if you go to Pick n Pay, you'll have a Pick n Pay brand tomato sauce, you'll have Heinz, and you'll have Orgo. You'll have some other one that tastes like, vinegar and food color. But the idea is that those exist specifically for different markets. And if you don't pay attention to those from an economic perspective, you're going to fail to segment your product so that you can speak to a specific market. Then you're going to fail to understand how much that market is worth and how to fill the gap in that market as well. All right, so let's look at the global narrative strategy, which is you're designing it for international platforms. Because that's the main key access point, international platforms. Nowhere in South Africa other than DSTV are you creating what they call native content for a global market. So if you go and watch your e-entertainment, I think there's only a few products on National Geographic. The guys also live in Simon and also run around with snakes and things like that. But that's a South African product that's produced in Durban for National Geographic. I don't know what it's called. Snakes in the City, that's what it's called. Snakes in the City. There was a show about a whole group of women called the other thing. That's a similar name to Snakes in the City. Yeah. So Snakes in the City is the one with the guy. But that's commissioned by an American company, Commission South Africa, which goes back to the idea that we still have a service market in South Africa that is available. I wouldn't say for cheap labor, but for more affordable labor, because because of currency exchanges, etc., it's cheaper, for more affordable, cost-effective, to hire South African filmmakers to produce their content for them at the same quality as they can for the international market. And it still has global appeal, because snakes are, for some reason, everyone is fascinated by snakes. A lot of people are afraid of them and spiders, so people are weird. So we're going to talk about universal themes with local flavor. That's one of the key driving factors of the international first approach. And then we're going to talk about platform versus commissioning. So this is where, if you want to go, let's talk about Love Never Lies. I think that was shot in, it was shot in the UK, in Manhattan. Is it Manhattan? Oh, it's another thing, sorry, another. But yeah, it's shot along the coastline in this area. So, I mean, it could easily have been shot in Eastern Cape, but the idea is that it's shot in South Africa. But it's shot for Netflix, who's now consuming South African content at the same quality as international content, but produced locally at a lesser cost. But they still have the same standards, so that's also something to pay attention to. And then with algorithm optimized content. So the word algorithm gets thrown around quite a lot. Who understands an algorithm? So it's a mathematical equation that follows trends and analyzes behavioral patterns so that it can serve you as an individual with what you like before you even know that you want it. It's basically a psychological tool that TikTok uses to present you with exactly the video that you want, exactly when you want it. That's what hooks you, that's what keeps you there. So with Netflix, for instance, if you watch enough of the same type of content, it's going to bring up, as you open Netflix, it's going to be like, this is recommended for you. And you always see that algorithm. Why? Because it tracks your patterns and behaviors. This is what, whenever a website asks you for cookies and wants to give you a cookie, that cookie is going to allow them to be able to track your behavior along other websites so that they can present you with what you want to buy before you even know that you want to buy. So with digital platforms, the ones that win the most, they understand an algorithm to the team. If I'm a person that likes to watch romantic comedies, it's going to give you romantic comedies. If I'm a person that likes to watch Stop, Sleep and Donor, it's going to give you Stop, Sleep and Donor. But at the end of the day, it's what you like as an individual consumer. Again, it comes down to segmentation, targeting, and positioning. But it's going to keep giving you that. So you've got to be able to appeal to that immediately. And I'm only going to spend a lot of time on this slide. I'm going to rush through the race, I promise. And then obviously you've got immediate global reach based on that approach. Let's look at immediate global reach. Alright, so here are case studies. You know, everyone, just my show of hands. Everyone's seen those, right? Alright, fantastic. Everyone's seen my wedding? That is yes for everybody. That's awesome for everybody. Blood and water? Alright, and then Shaki there, obviously. So the key two are going to be Toti and blood and water. But let me tell you a good story about that. So IDC, back in the day, when I was still funding. No, they're funding now. I mean, you know, when you left and came back. Maybe still. Toti was financed a lot, like quite a large portion. I think it was around 48 million rand was the total budget. But a good portion of that was IDC money that came from that. And that is our still on the prior enjoy right there. White wedding was also funded by the IDC. Right? I'm not doing you want to see for this. I'm also about blood and water. I don't think I want to involve in that. That's an Netflix project. And that went directly to Netflix, straight up. And then Shaki is obviously a multi-choice big money. So, yeah, we need to do something. Toti, co-funded. Private investor, IDC, right? Public. And I think it was involved in 1.1. White wedding, private investor, put in 6 million rand there. Right? I don't know what the budget is for blood and water. Like a year, it's about 200 million for the whole series. Right? Toti made all of its money back. International first. Actually was local first, international second, but to test the market. They found that the name Toti does not work for international markets. So they changed it to hoodlum. Because the term hoodlum is a Toti in British English. A white wedding was funded by Ken Follett. In 16 million for white wedding. I think IDC came in on distribution. I think, I'm not sure, so correct me if I'm wrong. Not sure, yeah. But definitely, format made its money completely back, let it fall to our investors. 6 million rand, made, I think the groups are all in the local market and they made for the seasons for their profit on that. Blood and water, fully funded by the Netflix. Still on the platform, still recuperating software. But it's doing very, very well on the platform. I'll give you numbers, but it's doing well. Netflix actually hold on. Shaki is doing very, very well for multi-choice. I can't give you metrics either. But the idea is that it's now being translated and dubbed into other languages to appeal to other markets to recuperate the 200 million rand. But all of these are absolutely brilliant films or brilliant television series. So using top circles, top series, all of them are made back because of these strategies. Some people similar to these. So, understanding the market, I'm going to start rushing. So, what are the three keys that we use to quickly understand the market? This is top line analysis. If someone gives me a project today, I'm going to look at these three steps first before I go any deeper in that. Pestle analysis, SWOT analysis, SDP analysis. Who knows what a pestle is? So, okay. Who knows what a SWOT is? Great, fantastic. Who knows what an SDP is? I just spoke about it now. You guys are only back to medicine. Segmentation, targeting, and positioning for SDP. Okay, so let's look at the local strategy. Pestle analysis. Well, PESTLE stands for political, economic, social, technological, and digital. So look at all of these impacts, how they impact your script, how they impact your story, what is the story that you're telling, what are the barriers that lie in each one of those realms that are going to prevent you from telling a story like that. So with political, you've got to look at certain things like language, local content courses. Now, sitting from SABC was talking about courses. This is one of the biggest things that you have to keep in mind when it comes to public broadcasting in South Africa. But it also affects network broadcasters as well. We've got quotas that are mandated by ICASA that will limit what we call demand in the market because of those quotas. You have to meet those quotas. They report on them on a monthly basis to ensure that there's representation for local and space for local programming on their platforms. So that's one of the key components that are politically constrained the market. But it's also good for you to understand that how those quotas impact certain channels and how to manage your language mix in those channels. For instance, SABC 1 is purely English-speaking channels. So English-speaking programs with a little bit of English here and there. But they have about 65 to 75% English language. SABC 2 is your English, Afrikaans, and other minority languages as well. That's why more people used to certain SABC 2. And generations, which is on SABC. Also, that's a number. SABC 1 is the top performing channel in the country, with 22 million viewers a week on average. So that also speaks to population demographics, what you really talk about social and also your STP side. So the economic, remember we got a rand-based budget. Let's talk about exchange rates. How it's much more affordable for international companies to spend money on this side. So you have an investor. And this is where I can touch on the 6 million rand investment that came in for White Wave from Ken Products. Because at that time, that 6 million rand was around 18 to 20 rand to the pound. And 6 million rand, and if you do the math back, this was around about 200,000 pounds or so. 250,000 pounds, somewhere around about there. And then that translated into a rand value of 6 million, which gave the team that was on pictures a lot more funding, or enough funding to integrate that masterpiece of a rom-com. So social, authentic South African narrative, we talked about already. Technology. So traditional theatre to broadcast to streaming. What we mean about that is that, these days it's a little bit hard to go straight to certain people. Yes, it is needed. But the idea is that to go from your edit suite to theatre, then to broadcast into streaming. Like I said earlier, the streaming part does not exist at that time. So the technological component will always evolve. Like I said before, we used to shoot on 35mm film. Now we're shooting on digital. Now you go up to 8K, actually up to 28K. But what sense does it make to shoot on 28K when you release it at 4K? You understand what's easy. So resolution besides the streams, it's probably a 4K stream because it's so big. But then you get streams that are bigger than this, like IMAX, for instance, and IMAX is an 8K stream. So the size of the stream, the quality of the stream, the character of the stream is based on the fidelity of the picture as well. But really, there's a budgetary constraint to everything that you do, so always depends on pay attention to the technological, because if you're going to go to traditional theatre, you might have to print on 35mm film if you want to release in certain territories that don't have digital, but they're called DCP projectors. So you got to keep that in mind when you build your strategy, how you want to go to market. You got to keep that in mind. That am I going to go with DCP onto a physical delivery. I'm going to go into DVD and I'm going to go into Blu-ray because those platforms still do exist, although they are now a little bit more defunct. But so I did that at the beginning as well. And then legal. So what we talk about in legal, mainly, location agreements, intelligence agreements, is what we call a chain of title. And this is so important, and I've noticed that we haven't spoken about this, but this is very, very important. I'm going to shut this into another important by EC as well. They need to have a chain of title. And the chain of title is understanding that each and every aspect of your digital asset has been signed off. You have paid everybody. You have signed agreements for everybody. Anybody that appears. I spoke about having one BCCSA complaint because we didn't get compensation to show someone's face and we showed it on television. And they wanted to cash in a reward of 250,000 at that point. But the idea is to know that each and every aspect of a film needs to be covered. All your permits are covered. All of your location agreements will be paid for and signed off on. Even the rights to music are very important. But you have to have all the rights to the music that you use. Otherwise, what will happen is the moment that thing goes onto air, it's got a legal claim against us. Then you'll be paying more than what it would be worth to just share it in the beginning or change lives. So be very, very aware of that. There are very big implications if you get the chain of title wrong. And then environment, obviously we talk about ecosystems, and this comes back down to how do you, the logistics conversation that we had, where you decided to choose a certain area, have you thought of a plan to get into that area, and what is the impact of shooting that ecosystem on the film? So we talk about this quite interesting, is that every single shot that you see on screen has a cost to it. And it's quite an interesting concept when you go back and you calculate how much it costs to create one shot in a film. Don't think about, there's a guy that loves to blow things up called Michael Bay. And Michael Bay loves explosions to a point where they blew up a mansion. You don't see that was today. They blew up a whole mansion. But sometimes they'll choose to build a miniature of that and blow that up. Why? Because it costs less for the shots to do it that way. So you also think about that. The cost comes back to that. And there's a reason why I'm talking about the cost in there. There's a lot of business of films is market access. It's because at the end of the day, when you go and ask your financing partners, when you go and ask broadcasters for money, you've got to make sure that first and foremost you be cost effective on your budget. And second of all, you can make the money back in the market. And there's some, because you want to make a profit on that. So make sure that the environment that you choose is going to also be cost effective for that. Right, so SWOT, that's the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So your strengths and weaknesses are always internal, the opportunities and threats are always external. So if you talk about your strengths and weaknesses, right now my strength is not time, and my weakness is the clock. So I'm going to leave that up. So you're going to take everyone wants to take notes of that. It's quite straightforward. This is kind of the international approach really, but one of the biggest weaknesses that we have in the country is we're 11 different languages. Now 11 different languages makes it very difficult again to create content for everybody. It's quite interesting with Saturday anyway because, okay, how many people enjoy watching media with subtitles? You enjoy it. Are you seriously enjoy it? No, I said it's a Russian one. Talk about like an English movie with subtitles on. Yeah. So imagine a person that can't understand English. So if a person that can't understand English trying to watch an English movie with subtitles on. Now, the problem with subtitles, you're focusing on the bottom third of the screen the whole time. You're not catching the action. So regardless of how extensive your shot is, the value of that shot is being diminished by the person not actually watching the shot, judging the spelling on the subtitles or the translations. This is why I think it was CEO yesterday was saying that you feel like there's nothing you can do, right, because of the language, right? Because the last night they were saying that. Probably sorry here. But at the same time, that concept lies in everybody. How do you translate one language to another language without losing that authenticity, right? So the shit at the end of the month, if I get to the end, I think it's always an option. So if you create content and if you can allow for budgets to become a little bit more available in South Africa, you can actually have a single language into all 11 different languages plus sign language, and create market access for everybody. That comes to each other. And this is why shopping managers as well, because I said they managed to dub it into many, many different European languages. And even though they speak the most beautiful and fragrant Zulu on shopping managers, you must hear it in French, you must hear it in Spanish, songs like romance, literally. There's a story of remaining authentic, but not having to struggle with that loss of value for just having people watching lower. So think about that as well when you start developing content. Alright, so also the threat, completing any local content, there's always going to be that threat. Your idea is not unique. Multi-choice will tell you, SABC will tell you this. That you're going to go to the limit, I forgot something to learn. But that's not a threat. If you don't have the threats, you can get around it. Like I said, when we were starting off modular, I guess, so I wasn't the mastermind there, but the mastermind had a good idea of how things worked. And literally, the other thing is Jerry Springer. It's Jerry Springer with the South African today. And he literally took Pastor Madame and said, Pastor, I want you to care, because I told him I want you to care. And we're going to push you there so that people can go and have these stop nonsense next door debates. That's literally Jerry Springer, if you watch it. That's when I like this. Jesus. You know how many times you should do this? Anyway, cease and desist letters exist. This is what happens when you go and take someone's concept and they feel threatened about it, they try to protect their market share. It doesn't mean you can't do it. Because that's what innovation is. Innovation is being able to take a product and make it better. Every product does it. That's why I can look at my iPhone, you can look at your Samsung, they look similar in one another. Then you can look at an Oppo, it looks like a Samsung. That's just innovation in different forms. Doesn't mean this whole project cannot exist in the same form against something else. You've just got to be very careful against this copyright rules. So I'm not saying go and copy. But go and look at those rules and understand those rules. So if you create an asset that looks like something else, know how much of it to change so that it becomes unique and it has what we call a unique proposition to it that you're able to then go and put into the market without having cleansed these products. I spoke about segmentation, targeting, and positioning. So with this one, I think what I water was that it's usually universal. So it's talking about a segmentation, you're looking at young adults, demographic of 16 to 24, from and further. Targets, Netflix data identified audiences clusters across multiple territories. This data exists so well on streaming platforms. Why? Because of those cookies I told you about. Because cookies will drive the algorithm to understand this person likes this type of content. So we're creating this content for this size or this size or this size of a service pool. So we can service these customers on this platform because we understand how many there are. Now that is driven obviously by subscription, how much you pay for your subscriber fees. And that's how they pay for the content by subscriber fees. So this feeds back into the algorithm to know how big their population and the target size is. And then you position yourself as a South African basic with global teams, right? Questions at the end. All right, cool. So, the market reality check. Local first will have domestic success, but international visibility. This is why you have Metal City that traveled the world and got so many beautiful awards because it had international visibility. But also, the success locally was, mild, but at the same time, it was a really good film. It was done very, very well. The algorithm for global narrative, algorithm optimization with cultural authenticity. We've spoken about that. One thing I want to stress at this point, before we get to this, as we go into the investor platform lens, is that let me move on. I'll move on. All right. So when you're looking at specifically more microeconomics, supply and demand. So Michael Porter, he was one of the founders of McKinsey. McKinsey is one of the big five consulting firms in the world. So he came up with 5 forces that affect any economy. So here we talk about supply power. So what does supply power mean? Those are the sales agents and festival programmers that control access. So those are people that are going to sit there, watch your film, and say yes or no. Those are the suppliers that have power over that. Then you still got to consider the firepower, which are the international distributors that demand cultural familiarity. So that's why I say SABC 1 carries a mandate for Nguni language. Earlier they spoke about how having a new market entrant, which is threats of substitutes, impacted their bottom line in terms of viewership stats from their advertising and sales company. That's a real threat. But that also comes into knowing that you're going to have a threat from every other asset that sits in the market that can steal eyeballs. It's always a game of eyeballs. Steal eyeballs from your asset that you're putting on that same platform. Why should I choose to watch this over that? It's the same thing as when you go to a cinema and you want to decide whether you're going to watch Rocky 5 or 6, 7, whatever, or Fast and Furious 22. You know what I mean? You've got to be understanding of that mindset of your own when you go out and consume somebody else's product. Like, why did you choose this over that? And that's where you come back and you say, okay, so there's substitutes in the market for that. And then there's competitive rivalry as well, that's substitutes as well. But you compete against established international content as well. So when you get to the cinema, or you go onto Mzansi Magic, or you go onto SABC 2 or 3, etc., the major pay TV channel, you know there's going to be, if you're doing Real Housewives of Fossils, there's going to be a Real Housewives of Orange County as well. So you're still competing against that. So that's why the quality thing is important. I'm going to jump forward now because I think I'm handling this one today. So applying the five forces model against your content, but also looking at what exists in the market and why it exists in the market in terms of the streaming platforms available, also to help you develop your content there. So again, the contrast, I will share this slide with you guys because it's going to be long. Here's another important one. You've got to ask yourself, Peter Drucker's 5 important questions. So those 5 important questions are usually what drive product development in the service industry as well as the product industry as to what the market is looking for. It's very market focused in terms of that. So Peter Drucker wrote a book called The 5 Most Important Questions. The first question he asks is, what is your mission? So when you go to a distributor, you have to be able to tell that distributor what your mission is. I'm sure your funding partners will also ask you this. And then you must know that there's a cultural bridge versus the commercial acquisition versus a content filler. So you've got to know where that product is going to sit so that you know what the mission is. Are you creating a product specifically for that market, and then you can get to understand what that market needs to, or what you need to do to fulfill that mission. So then you ask yourself next, who are your customers? Are they festival buyers? Is your customer the algorithm? The algorithm can be a person as well that understands the trends and knows what their customers are looking for as well. Or local audiences first. If you go to there's buying powers called, anyway, there's a lot of research companies in South Africa that will give you the, what's the thing called? They'll give you statistics on who's buying what. We used to use a measurement called LSM, which is the Living Standard Measurement. Now we've gone to SEM, which is a social economic measurement. Those measurements actually have specifics on what people are spending in each tax bracket. And they can tell you how to tailor certain aspects of your content to speak to those individual people. So that's how you can know who your customer is as well. What do your customers value? Again, those standard measurements can tell you what the customers value. Are they looking for prestige? Are they looking for engagement? Are they looking for cultural authenticity? We know for a fact that the biggest consumer locally of Shaka Ilembe, for instance, was Zulu-speaking people because it's their culture and they wanted to understand that. It was authentic enough for them to understand. That's why they got a little bit of backlash to say, oh no, Shaka Ilembe was not authentic as per what we understand it to be. But that's also subjective to themselves. So understanding that you could tell a story and not everyone's going to appreciate it. You watched Invictus. Invictus was shot in South Africa, directed by Clint Eastwood. But with a show like that, not every South African would say that that was the best show ever made, or one of Idris Elba, or Long Walks of Freedom, Idris Elba. But internationally, they don't know the true story. That's why when I said boom, 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 everybody knew that was Shaka. But how many of you knew that that was not the real story of Shaka? A real story of Shaka was actually created by the director. But is that rain or is that trolleys? Is that rain? That's crazy. This it was very traumatizing, you see. But yeah, so Queen Solo season 2 yet, because of why did some people not finish? I'm not saying it was bad. I think Queen Solo was great. But you've got to think about the reason why they're not commissioned for part 2. Another algorithm that could pick up whether you watch it is actually a DSTV box. They know when you turn it on, when you turn it off. But also play your data. Thames, I think, used to do it for SABC. I could be wrong. Thames used to have, so they used to do, the Broadcast Research Council used to have a sample group of like 100,000 people or whatever it was. And those people would constantly have a box on top of the TV that reports back to tell them whether what you're watching, how long you watched it for, was it interesting or was it not, and then feed back into the data that a public broadcaster would use to create content. Okay, cool. And what is your plan? Like I said, if you don't have a plan, you can fail. Value and cost alignment. Okay, so I'm going to briefly touch on this. I said I'll share this slide. You have to know how much to budget for before you go back, and now you're going to start asking an investor for money so that you can have your 51% so that you go to the IDC and get 49%. All of those things matter when it comes to the budget. Because if you don't know that money exists in the market, you're not going to be able to make that money back. So, what does that mean? SABC, MultiChoice, ETV, and others. There's not many others, but for all those channels, every single slot on those channels has what we call a cost per minute. That's driven by advertising sales. So that cost per minute translates back into how much is the threshold that I can make this asset for to sit in that time slot. That also goes back to how many people are watching the channel in that time slot, so that the broadcaster knows how much to charge an advertiser that wants to advertise in that time slot. So you are almost locked into that as a filmmaker to creating a series that meets that budget. Otherwise, if you overshoot that budget, you're not going to have money to produce that content. That's a very, very important thing to note. It also comes back down to, I hate this I really hate this example, but I'm going to make it anyway. There was a film called State of Violence that was produced by Carlo Matabane back in 2014, I think it was. Carlo was a great filmmaker, back in the day. The film, I think, was produced for about 4 million rand. That film. It went to cinema, and it only made 57,000 rand back. And it wasn't a bad film. But it was also, this is what I was going to say earlier. If you don't have a marketing plan and a marketing strategy that is tied into your budget, how do people know to go watch the film? So I think that's another thing that we might need to actually discuss and focus on marketing as part of the recruitment and filmmaking process. It's a Hollywood model. A Hollywood model means that if a film is made at 100 million rand, that film has to make 200 million rand back, or 200 million. Was it 200 billion? 200 million, yes. $200 million. If they make it for $100 million, it has to make $200 million back in the market, and then they'll say it's a success. Otherwise, it's a box office flop. Right? That $100 million that they spent on that film is probably $50 million on creating a film and another $50 million on marketing a film before you see it. And that's the Hollywood model. In South Africa, we don't really do that. We spend 100% of our budget on films, we create them. We don't market them, people don't know about them until after. Next thing the thing is showing as a rerun feature in Congress on ETV before you know that the film exists. But that's also another shortfall that we have in our market that I really implore that we look at. Yes, key financial insight. This is the important slide. Your budget must align with your distribution strategy, not your creative ambitions. Like I said, it's going to be offensive, but that's probably the most important thing. When I think like a business person, I don't care about your feelings. I'm sorry. Tell me your story, but does your story make money? Does your story pay the people that worked on it? Does your story enable an economy to drive itself? California is bleeding right now because it's just too expensive to make films in Hollywood right now. There's a film incentive. I think we're getting somewhere with the DTIC, but there's a film incentive for filming in South Africa. They'll give you, I think, 20% to 22% of the money back. I'll check it. 25%, yeah. It's somewhere there. Like my brain is actually. But yeah. So, incentives are great for driving economies, for shooting into film. So now Hollywood is moving into Canada, they're moving to the UK because of the incentives. They're shooting in Morocco. So many films have been shot in Cape Town film studios, they even lost count. But the idea is that no one cares about your creative ambitions. This is the first question that I ask you. Do you want to be famous or do you want to be successful? Alright. Right, so, return on investment metrics. The local first, cost per territory acquired. Remember I spoke about a cost per minute? This is the same, cost per territory acquired. Every territory that you're distributed, if I'm a distributor, distributors work on different territories. There are some great distributors in South Africa, there are just very few distributors in South Africa. But the cost per territory means that South Africa's local market has a cap. You will only be able to gain 10 rand in the market, and if that market will only give you 10 rand, you can't shake it down for more. You might be able to shake it down for more, but you might have to spend more on marketing. You might have to shake it down for more, but you might have to spend more on merchandising. It's always a trade-off somewhere. So always be aware of that. And then for the global narrative, it's cost per global viewing hour. So that's why the algorithm will always test how many hours have you viewed, because they'll pay you back by the hour based upon how many hours were spent. Because I don't know how many of you can watch two things at once on one Netflix account. Like this eye is watching Blood and Water, this eye is watching microwaving, trying to make sure you understand it doesn't work. So they calculate like that. This is why Netflix stopped people from sharing their accounts amongst many people. And they start clamping down on that. I think DSTV is doing the same with the Showmax as well. SABC. Cut off. Let's make mine. Risk mitigation. Traditional, so traditional market is always market uncertainty. Now, what market uncertainty means, that sometimes the data does not exist so that you know that that data is reliable to make a decision. We call it in business, we call it data-driven decision making. But at the same time, sometimes there are too many economic fluctuations that happen. For instance, Donald Trump has been wreaking havoc on all economies since he came in. There was a home tariff being passed, he presented as an option. And that's also what started rocking the world a bit. But then you must also think about the cost of tickets. How much does it cost to go to the cinema these days? When you go in there, you're going for a date, you're in love. You go out, you buy her flowers as a man. So you buy her flowers, you go out, you then obviously going to go for dinner before or after. You're going to get to, you're going to pay for a ticket of a movie, then you're going to buy a slushie, you're going to go buy some whispers, you're going to go and buy, there's two of everything at this point. You're going to sit there, you're going to stare at a screen in the dark together, not talking, you're going to hope she enjoys it, then you're going to leave, and then, awkward ride home, she didn't enjoy it, but if she did, then maybe you go to the club after the day. What's the cost of that night to a single individual? You've got to think about that when you start saying, I want people to spend money there. Why? And this is also very important. The film industry relies on what we call disposable income. I will not spend my needs. I'm not going to go and do that, all of that, if I still have rent to pay and these nice things for bills that happen every single month. I need to have an additional, how much does that outing cost? 1,000 rand? 1,500 rand? For two people? That's the cost of creating a film to be the recruitment costs of that film coming back, box office wise. As opposed to Netflix and chill. I know that's what's bad, but that's the term. It is the term. You're going to sit at home, you're going to sit on the couch, you're going to watch Netflix, you're going to finish the movie, and all is up to you. But the idea is that that's going to cost you 194 rand for 4 screens for a month, as opposed to 1,500 rand. You get what I'm saying? So you've got to be cognizant of how much do I want my customer to spend on that outing to make it worth it. Because I don't want to have that awkward drive home after buying flowers and slushies, maybe a teddy bear here, whatever. Because half the time, who's paying for that? The guy. Right? But you've got to think about it. That's socioeconomics. And that thought process, if you don't invest that in how compelling is what I'm writing for the markets to consume it, then you're going to fail on entry. That's the plan that you need to have, right? So, again, market uncertainties. If the rand-dollar exchange happens, the cost of the ticket goes up. I think it's about 200 rand to go watch a film for one seat in the cinema. So that's the recruitment cost of operating the cinema. If the cinema looks like this, there's something called the rent that the cinema pays. Their money model is putting bums in seats. That's their money model. So think about that as well. The guaranteed fees is that, you have to negotiate again the cost per minute. The CPM for a traditional broadcast is usually set by the sales team way in advance, where a lot of the platforms are guaranteed only on the distribution cost. Let me ask you this question. How many of us have had a transaction go off on either Apple or Samsung or whatever, where it says Netflix try to take money and fail? Now, at fail, how many people are not paying the Netflix fees on time every single month? Yes, they have this daily flex that you should keep that in mind as well. But you can't have a guaranteed fee unless they know how many people are going to buy that Netflix for them. I don't know how to do on time. I think I'm 5 minutes. Okay, I'm going to rush now. So content, strategy, and innovation. Let me cook. That means let him cook. Story structure, hero's journey, and trend analysis. I'm going to do it. Okay. Who understands the hero's journey in this room? I'm not going to. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Joseph Campbell, a writer, did something called The Hero's Journey. Toki, typically The Hero's Journey, follows it to the T. And the reason why that's important is that it's an algorithm in your brain, psychologically, that shows up. Now, this comes back down, I think you mentioned it about attention spans. We spoke about attention spans. We spoke about attention spans getting shorter. How long does it take you to scroll to the next TikTok video or Instagram post? How many seconds? Quarter of a second. Literally, you know whether you want to watch the next one or not. And if you think about it, how long, if it's slightly interesting when you watch it before you scroll? 3 seconds, roughly. 3 to 5 seconds. And then, how long is that video on average? It's no more than 2 minutes. Max. 3 minutes maybe, if you're lucky. That is the, now people are becoming more accustomed to those attention spans. So now to sit through something like Interstellar, that's 3 hours of sitting there. Who watched the whole thing of Lord of the Rings? The whole 3 things of Lord of the Rings? In one sitting. Well done. That's great. Love it. And what is it? Just 9 hours long. Okay, the Star Wars saga. That's like 15 hours, 16 hours. Alright? Now think about it. Remember, back in the day, you'd sit in a film like Pearl Harbor and they'll get intermission. Halfway through the film, you sit there and like intermission, you go out to sleep, and the snow will come back. They don't even do that anymore. And that's the challenge that we're facing now, especially with our younger audiences now. The things that trends move generationally. I don't want to get too deep into this, this is more economics, but trends move generationally. As we grow up, I'm going to assume that some of us are on the youth levels, but as we grow, we carry our traits and trends with us, but the new generation coming in, I'm going to paint a very scary picture for you. How many parents in the room have kids that are below the age of 3 that are already obsessed with the cell phone? Okay, I mean, how many parents in the room? Okay, there's like 3 parents. Okay, cool. 5, 6. Okay, we say that kids below the age of 16, let me spread that. Kids below the age of 6. So that's generation beta. They just come in now, this year I think it was generation beta. Those kids from the age of 2, they know how to use a cell phone because they understand how to click it and all of these things. Those kids are tech savvy. Those are the kind of kids that can hear you by yourself as an adult, talking to a speaker that's sitting somewhere in the house that answers back to you. You say, hey Siri, and then something speaks in the room, and it's like a ghost. Hi Alexa, hi Google, whatever. Those kids are growing up in that environment right now with self-driving cars and AI systems that live in the cloud. That's the world that they're growing up in. We grew up with a telephone that was so plugged into a wall that if you wanted someone to call you, you'd have to carry the phone and wait till a specific time. Dangerous as well. People were on time back then. People had a schedule back then. Why? Television was on schedule. That's what linear television was. Now, television is on demand. So think about those trends shifting and shaping themselves. We always complain, maybe if you get as old as you get, people complain like, oh, the kids are today. Maybe your parents will say, oh, the kids are today when you were young. Same thing's happening. So bear that in mind as well. If you're creating content for the next generation, you have to be very aware of what the trends are. I'm going to move very fast over this. So I don't know what the shows means. Shows that seem like other shows. I'm almost done, guys. I really am almost done. Toti will look very similar to a Brazilian movie called City of God. Poverty, Crime, and Redemption. Everyone seen City of God? Yes, beautiful movie. Blood and Water will look a little bit like Elite, same thing, school teams. Class privilege, team drama. White Wedding, I think that's Big Wedding. Beautiful. Cultural on community translation. And then Shaka Vikings, the crown, cultural ethics. Innovation opportunities is their content. I just love that program. This will work in our market. This week, 9 improved sci-fi films are viable. But Susanna showed us earlier. Susanna showed us that it was visually beautiful. It looked like whatever. And sci-fi, historical, prehistory comedy, prehistory, pre-colonial history, translation era narratives. I know that there've been SABC's the Rain Queen. There was something about the Rain Queen that came up, the story of Queen Rajaji. It's beautiful. There's more stories to be told, just do it properly. Contemporary tech entrepreneurship, there's many stories you can tell. Space School Socks is going to be taking cars soon. It works. Do you know that? Space School is getting into cars. Okay. Look at that. It's innovating from socks to cars. Supernatural. African mythology. I co-directed a film called Tulanaki on multi-choice. I don't know if anyone's seen it. It was a beautiful supernatural film about witchcraft. But anyway, witchcraft is lightning and stuff. It did so well on multi-choice. The numbers were incredible. But it does work. For supernatural African mythology meets modern world. It's what kind of forever as well, like literally. Execution strategies, some new idea. Okay, let's quickly talk about auto qualifiers and auto winners. I'm going to go through this very, very quickly. What are auto qualifiers? Auto qualifiers are what you must have in order to qualify to exist in the market. These are non-negotiables. These are what puts you into the minimum standards so that you are able to access the market itself. So technical quality standards are minimum, cultural authenticity and flexible credibility, clear rights and ownership, that's the chain of title we spoke about, proven local audience engagement, and award potential and recognition. All the winners are what are your unique service propositions that are differentiators for you in the market, right? So unique cultural perspectives, strong visual storytelling, that's again, it looks beautiful, doesn't it? Thank you. Zeno Peterson did a great job. Strong visual storytelling, the universal themes within specific context, established filmmakers and talent. So I could say Zeno because Zeno's how he sees the world. Cultural export program support. So this is where I always apologize to the NFDF and IDC to really support young filmmakers that want to get their film out there as part of their marketing plan. But they're doing it already, so just make sure that you get yourself into those programs once you created your film so you can go sell your film overseas as well. And then this is authentic storytelling that has international audiences haven't seen, right? So the same thing goes for international approach, but you have to have algorithm-friendly books, binge-worthy series. I said, like you want to feel like you want to watch the next episode. That's how you create books at the end. Come back next time on Love is War, whatever. I don't know. Pick that I want to see more. Okay, so yeah, make sure that you have that binge-worthiness that keeps people hooked. Who watched Game of Thrones? That was another thing that was very long, and then it failed at the end somehow. But that was binge-worthy. I mean, literally, I was sitting there for 10 hours, like watching it, and then, how long have I been here? And you love to hate. I mean, the most hated characters were in that movie, like Jeffrey. Jeffrey was like the hated character, but that's what kept you watching it, right? And then you also had this one, Breaking Bad, where Skylar White, you hated that woman, but you still came back and watched it because you love to hate. So, no, you love to hate. That's the thing. Love and hate is just like this. Psychology again. Never mind. Crossover appeal, crossover means that you can create characters out of characters that exist in already. And then obviously essay setting is a unique sales point. So this is global stories that can only be told authentically from Southern Africa. Alright, competition mistakes. For a local film, over-explaining the cultural context instead of universal themes. We understand culture as much as possible, so trust me, when you get into a pitching room with the right pitching people, they've heard the story before. They just want to know how you're going to do it differently. That's standard. I don't know how many times I've heard the same story told differently. That's what happens. So you're not going to walk in with a unique idea. That would be very naive for you. But the ideas that tell it in such a way that people need has never been told before. That's the hook. But don't overplay the cultural context, especially when you all understand the culture anyway. And then B, which is the international approach, using authentic voices while chasing total appeal. Maintain that authenticity as a South African. And then both approaches, understanding what success means to your specific distribution partner. If you are doing Christian film, there are distribution partners out there that only deal with Christian films. Their success will be getting people to believe in God. That's their success model. So if your film will get more people to believe in God or believe in Jesus for that. I did say I was going to be a little bit offensive, so please don't take offense. But that's the idea. That's their value proposition. They want to get more people into churches. They want to get more people into Christianity. That is what drives their bottom line success. So if their line of success is that, don't misunderstand them and then don't tell them something like, what's this one, Da Vinci Code that speaks about, conspiracy theories and blah, blah, blah. You're going to lose them entirely, so just be aware of that as well. Okay, I'm going to try to catch your audience. There's the 5 C's of the 5 C's framework, 5 C's of marketing, and then the 7 P's of marketing as well. I'm just going to jump over that. So reality check. Local first does not mean local only marketing. So remember, always if you invested into a film that is in a local market, it was a beautiful film done by Jamil for Good Report. Touchy topic, but that film did well internationally at international film festivals. It's actually a really, really great film. The context of the film was a little touchy, but it's a great film. Another one called Ingreva. It was also, I'm sorry. My tongue doesn't really trick that way, I'm so sorry. But at the same time, it was a beautiful film. But it tested the cultural narrative as well. The cultural context was tested. Sometimes they say, there's no such thing as bad marketing, so long people are talking about it. And the global narrative does not mean abandoning the local cultural capital. Just because you're speaking to the world, don't lose yourself to that. Don't go to America for 2 days and then be like, yo, what's up, dog? How you doing? Don't lose that. Get there and speak like you have to speak like an African. Because you are an African. And don't try and be dissolved into this idea that a successful filmmaker must just be, what's his name? Antoine Papa. Or, that only, or what's this guy's name? That is Tyler Perry. You are a South African. You will make your name as South African. He's a beautiful filmmaker and a very good friend of mine, the Buffalo. The guy, he can pitch anything to you. He can pitch ice to a snowman, I swear. And the snowman will buy it. Because he doesn't lose his African. He walks into the room wearing African clothes. Success matrix must align with the distribution strategy. So when you look for your results, the distribution strategy should be aligned with the success matrix. You must know what you're looking for. Have a KPI, like a key performance indicator that will let you know that now we're successful. It also means your return on investment. Because how are you going to know? I don't know what your debt service coverage ratio is. So I don't know. Your debt service coverage ratio. What is it? Is it 50%? You want? Oh, okay. All right. So I know African Bank, which is doing wonderful work in Africa, in the whole of Africa. They haven't really penetrated much in South Africa yet. They've got a debt service coverage ratio of 0.25%. or 0.22%, somewhere around there, I'll get it right. So what that means is that you need to have a recruitment of around 22% per year of whatever film you're making. So if you don't have a target amount of whatever you're producing on the recruitment of your distribution strategy, you're not going to be able to meet that service coverage ratio, and then you're going to default on your loan to pay back. Okay. Key takeaways. Let's do this cutting stuff here quickly. Choose your path early. Distribution strategy should inform development, not follow it. Right? Budget and content decisions flow from distribution choices, not the other way around. And the success metrics differ dramatically between approaches. Go back on the slides when you get them. Go and look at what those order qualifiers and order winners are, and go and set up those success metrics so that you know what your results are when you look at your Peter Drucker's 5 questions, 5 most important questions. Both approaches can work. You can make a successful selection film by having a global approach. Sometimes it might not work in the global market, but it will definitely perform well locally. Right? There are films, beautiful films that are created. I know yesterday was one of them. I have to sign this one here, but yesterday was one of them. There he is. Hi. Yesterday did very, very well locally. Right? It did very, very well in terms of awards internationally as well. It's a brilliant film. I don't know if you know the Nazi yesterday. That was also nominated. Right? Actually, the year after Tutsi, that was also nominated, which is a great follow-up as well. We recently won an Oscar, I think it was for The Last Ranger, yes. SAFTA won a short film Oscar as well this year. So, yeah, round of applause to South Africa. We're winning everything. Right, so local first requires patience, definitely patience. That is a long game. You're not going to be successful overnight, and your show's not going to be successful overnight. You need cultural confidence. You need to be confident in yourself. Because if a walks into a room dressed in an African attire and really, like, he doesn't, no, he's just going to pitch himself, basically. And that's how he wins a lot of these pitches. It's great. And they have a festival strategy that allows for your show to have reach, your film to have reach. And the global narrative requires platform relations, definitely platform relations. A lot of the time, I was asked a question actually about how to get access to Netflix. It's very difficult to get access to Netflix if you're a first-time filmmaker, just a writer or a producer. So don't lie to your funding partners and say, I've got a relationship with Netflix without a middleman. Because it's best advice to have a middleman that can speak to them for you and understand their metrics and is able to strike a deal with them without having to do all that work as well. And they have format discipline. Format discipline means that if you're sticking to Joseph Campbell's hero's journey, you know that there's an exciting incident that happened at 5 minutes in. There's another incident that happened at 20 minutes. It is a format. And then if you're speaking to NBC, for instance, so we did Real Housewives of Johannesburg season 3 before it was canned. And it was canned again. But that also fed into a template for another show that I produced called Pastor's Wives on Honey. I don't know if anyone saw that. So when Honey TV was still up, we did a show called Pastor's Wives, which was, again, format. We borrowed a format that works. That was an NBC-owned format. We translated that into a different environment, but we kept that format discipline. We said the interviews, we said that. That format discipline drove that as a flagship show for an entire new channel. This was back in 2021. About another guy, another time. And then universal appeal. You have to have that universal appeal. Those are themes that carry across. There are a number of them. Love, guilt, romance, redemption. All of those are global themes that can interweave into a storyline that will help other people buy into it. So the South African advantage is that authentic storytelling in English. Because you can tell our stories in English and dub them, or we can tell our stories in other languages and dub them into English. Dubbing is always an option. So think about dubbing and know that you can tell the story in many, many different languages without losing its cultural authenticity. Diverse casting, naturally built in. We've got amazing talent in this country, guys. Amazing talent. And amazing up-and-coming talent as well. there's always new talent growing from the grass, at grassroots level as well. Unique perspectives on universal themes and a growing global appetite for South African content. Questions for your project. Are you building for awards, recognition, or algorithm discovery? Ask yourself that. Is your budget aligned with the distribution ambition? Ask yourself that. Can your story travel without losing authenticity? Ask yourself that. Do you have relationships with your chosen distribution pathway? Ask yourself that. I take questions, yeah. Okay. Any questions? No questions? How? What's that? That is one question. There you go. Thank you. I don't feel left out. No more questions. Thank you very much. I think from a creative point, that just maybe feels like it's about the plan to win as a creative company. We can never ignore creative, but let me ask you this. Okay, I don't know if this I don't want to be offensive. I think offensive or like I'm trying to be so creatively no one cares about your ideas. They only care about how much ideas they get. And the reason why is this. Let me give you a quick blank example. And again, I'm not trying to say anyway. You've got a project, how much does it cost to make a film these days? 40 million rand to make a film these days. How much does the property cost? How much does the property cost? Less than 10 million. I would hope that we can have more than 10 million houses. But the property probably, if you're looking at our local economy, costs less than 10 million rand. If you're asking for an investor to put 10 million rand or investors to put 10 million rand into something that they can never touch, it's an intangible power. Yes, it's got a recruitment for a lifetime. The last year. Today I can go and watch a film, Snow White, it was made in 1957. And I still don't watch that on FAA, literally. Because they're still making money for them, making money for Disney. But understand that you're asking somebody to give you their hard-earned money, and even if it's government money, it's hard-earned taxpayer money. That's my money, that's your money, that's that money, that's everyone's money. That money needs to be put to good use. Otherwise, what happens? That cannot be rain. That's not rain. Sometimes. Sorry. So you're asking. You're asking taxpayers, right? Even if the NFA funds you, if the SABC funds you, if the IDC funds you, if the ECDC funds you, it's taxpayer money. They're going to complain if they keep funding the same projects that flop and keep going flop. That's another reason why we're in this bearish market right now. That's on the downward trend. So you've got to think, yes, have a great idea, but you can mold that idea in such a way that it has mass market appeal. I tell you now, there'll be the same story that you can tell 10, 20, 15 different ways. And regardless of how you tell that story, it will meet different orders. So I'm going to just touch on that last point, Nolanism. Christopher Nolan. He's got a theme that runs through every one of his films, although they are all long. Time. All his films about time. Don't watch it. From Memento, okay, I think Batman is not about time, but Memento, Interstellar, Dunkirk, Tenet, all of those about time. Inception. Right. So, regardless of how you tell that story, time becomes a golden thread for Nolanism. But you can tell each one of those stories in any different way. One of the major themes in Interstellar was love. Woven in there. Remember, you have creative license. Literally, being a filmmaker is playing God life. You can create characters, you can kill characters, and no one's going to take you to jail for it. You got God in you as a creator. So exercise that. Don't be afraid just because I'm saying to go make money. Why would you buy a Hafal over a BMW? Right? Cost comes into play, right? Preferences come into play. You're thinking maintenance or long term. That's what an investor thinks about. Investor says, I'm going to put 10 million rand of my hard earned money into this. I want to see my money back. And I want to see my money back with a little bit of, because in Tola we call it dinamani, which are like calves. You know, your money must grow. The money must be an investment that grows with it. So you also want to be a filmmaker that's going to own a 10 million rand house one day. So go and make a film that's going to make you 10 million rand back off of a 5 million rand budget. They're on to you. Okay. There's another question.
So yesterday, me and my friend, it was a few days ago, me and my friends were sitting together and we were like, okay, let's go on Netflix, let's watch something. And I've always seen, I don't know if you've ever watched, the question is about Kings of Robots, so I hope you have watched it. Oh, okay, but anyway, so it's on Netflix and we're watching it, and some of us are hating on it, others like, nah, why are you hating on the show? And I think it was in the third or fourth episode, but in one of the shots, there was a cameraman just in the shot. And my question would be, I think we were shocked that it felt like they were representing South Africa so poorly because we know it's a terrible area. And my question would be, how would that get on Netflix?
So clearly that has nothing to do with this, but I can answer that question for you because I think it's a huge topic of debate at the industry level as well. It was a very unfortunate event. In fact, without naming anybody, the editor did admit that it was what they call a conform issue. So if you're an editor, what it means is that this is the reason why you shoot in 8K or you shoot in 4K or whatever. They resize your screen in case there's a shot that has to move around or there's something that on the edges that needs to be cut out because sometimes you have like a boom that might dip or might have to rephrase it. So what happens when they put it through that piece of information on the edit went away and they didn't pick it up in quality control. So that was the error. But if you go and watch that episode now, it's been replaced already. That's how quick they were. The unfortunate part is that, again, the audience doesn't care about your feelings. The moment someone found that, it became free for all for clout. I wanted views, Kings of Joburg, So it's unfortunate, but you've got to be, that's again, order qualifiers and order winners. You've got to meet those minimum standards and protect them at all costs, because that's what makes your quality minimum standards work. But yeah, it was an unfortunate event, and please go and watch Kings of Joburg.
Here's a question.
Okay.
You mentioned FX and banking, the things they do on the continent.
Yes.
Talk about more opportunity about Africa continental free trade area.
Oh, yes.
Apart from FX and as a bank funding, what that market means.
Yeah.
Because we used to dream about going to sell in America and Europe. Now, what's the opportunity on the continent?
Okay, great. So there's Africa Free Trade Agreement that has unlocked generally trade across Africa. Africa Free Trade Agreement, but anyway, across Africa because it's important to increase markets, economies of scale are very important, guys. So to increase the value of a market, I touched on the fact that South Africa's population is 63 million people. America's market is around 300 million people. That's why they're able to recuperate so much more from their domestic sales than South Africa is. And that's what free trade agreements across multiple territories allows you for, because you're able to go into those territories, look for opportunities in those territories, and then there's less tariffs and less imports and export taxes for that. So you're able to do better and free trade between those countries. And that also is what will align if you're able to create a global narrative, just like some of the films that we've seen as a case study, that can penetrate those markets and perform in those markets as well. So that's what Dr. Hena is alluding to, is that being able to understand what, we also have a trade agreement with Canada, right? I think it's Canada as well, and I think Mexico as well, somewhere in the works. But there are which one? And Brazil, yes, and Brazil. So there are a lot of other trade agreements as well that are exploitable to the market. Why? Because essentially you're creating a product for market consumption. And the product market fit can work for that. So I don't want to beat that up because I'm really getting, brutal stage. But yeah, we're moving on. So I think that's the last question. Thank you for that question, I think it's a very important question. I'm available afterwards if you want to talk to me. Thank you so much for being a great audience. I'll run for you.
Thank you very much. That was good. That was fantastic. Yeah, I think I allowed it to go over time because it was also so good to the presentation. Simon is here tomorrow, again, if you would like to interact with him. But I think he did trigger a few topics that we can maybe explore next time and next year in depth. So tomorrow, I think this was a nice start for us. Tomorrow we're having a masterclass that talks about the business of film. So I think we can unpack that a bit more in that session. Now we come towards the end of the formal program, and we are going into the screenings. We don't have much time, as we can hear. We are competing with the bash downstairs, so we have essentially about an hour of the screenings, which will start here. There's some tea outside because it's quite cold. So if you'd like to grab a cup of tea and perhaps come inside and then watch the screenings for the next hour or so, and then we'll close the program after that. Thanks. Production team, can we start?